down and dance with me. Yeah, slow. Skip a beat and move with my body. Yeah, slow. Come on and dance with me. Yeah, slow. Skip a beat and move with my body. Yeah, slow. Oh.
Is it true I'm not good at understanding? But I still need love because I'm just a man. These nights never seem to go together. I don't want you to leave me hopeless. Oh, won't you stay with me? 'Cause you're all I need. This ain't love, it's clear to see. Darling, stay with me. Why am I so slow? No, it's not a good look and some self-control. Deep down I know there's never end. But you can live with me so it doesn't hurt. Oh, won't you stay with me? 'Cause you're all I need. This ain't love, it's clear to see. But darling, stay with me.
It's almost a bit like Christmas, isn't it? Look, now that I've got your attention, so thank you very much. Look, for the people that don't know me, my name is Rob Holmes, and I'm your MC for today. And it's fantastic to look around, and I can see some of the old faces that I've known for a while, and lots of new faces. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners and the custodians of the country throughout Australia on which we meet today, and their continuing connection to land, sea, and community. I pay our respects to them, their cultures, and to elders past, present, and emerging. I would also like to extend the acknowledgement and respect to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people here today, both in the room and online. And I'd just like to say that we are a group of people here, but some 300 odd in the room here, and apparently some 700 around on the remote. So I've got some general housekeeping to do first of all, and I've got my papers here to make sure I cover off everything. I felt like I was doing a keynote with the amount of words I've got here. But look, we'll try and get through all of this. So people online, if you need captions, please click on the Show Captions button at the bottom of your Zoom screen. Emergency exits out the back, to the right here and over that side, and then follow the signs. Toilets are out the back and to the right. Mobiles, please, could we have those on silent if you haven't already done so? We're using the Slido platform to enable you to connect and engage with what's going on today. So some quick instructions. You can go to your browser or on your phone or scan the QR code. For people online, you need to go to slido.com, slido.com, and enter the code NDIS, NDIS. We will also share the link in the Zoom chat window. For people here, behind your lanyard, there's a QR code, and there's also one on your table numbers. Now today we're doing something a little bit different. For one of the panels, we're having a wild card. The wild card is going to be someone who will come from the floor, and you will be picking who it is that will come up. Now please, it's not compulsory, so if you were selected and you're uncomfortable sitting up here having a few questions asked, please just say so, and I'm sure there'll be a second person. During the Q&A sessions, and there'll be a reflection pause, again something a little bit different. So when the panels are occurring, we're going to stop about halfway through to give you an opportunity to have a bit of a chat about what you're hearing, but also to use the Slido to put in some questions for Dev, who's doing the moderation of the panels. So, Wi-Fi. People in the room, please use Stadium Free, and there's no password. So if you want to use the Wi-Fi here, Stadium Free, and there's no password. Please, if you need help at all during the day, just put your hand up and one of the team will come in and help you out. People online, during the main sessions, please help us out by checking that you're on mute. Across the summit, we will be having some interactive conversations among the attendees. During those times, people online will be placed into breakout rooms. These will be different for each session, so you'll get to meet a range of people from around the country and possibly New Zealand. You'll get a 60-second warning before automatically being reconnected back into the room here. Our Auslan interpreters for the day is Donna over here on the stage, and Fiona, who I'm sure is familiar to many of you from the COVID days. Fiona is sitting down here. All activities in the room are being published on LinkedIn, so feel free to share on LinkedIn and use and I've been told to do this, hashtag NDIS Roundtable. And don't forget to vote during the day on questions and comments placed on Slido with the thumbs up or down. This gives us a feeling for the mood in the room, but it also moves the questions, the ones that you are considering to be the ones that you would like to have asked, moved up to the screen so that Dev can ask those. Now, we have ministers joining us today from Western Australia and the ACT. We welcome the Honourable Don Punch, MLA, and the Honourable Emma Davidson, MLA. I would also like to acknowledge Whaikaha, who has joined us online from Aotearoa, New Zealand. Kia ora. Whaikaha is the Ministry of Disabled People in New Zealand. I would also like to acknowledge the Honourable Paibal Deep Singh, a cultural dignitary from the subcontinent who is currently visiting Australia. To all attendees here at the Optus Stadium and those online, welcome. I would like to now introduce our convener, Dev Singh, who is the driving force behind these summits and has been instrumental in putting today's summit together. Dev. I was trying to find him. I thought, where is he?
Oh, lovely. Sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed delegates and valued attendees, today as we gather at this National NDIS Roundtable on the Review and the Disability Royal Commission, we embark on this transformative journey, a journey to create more inclusive Australia. Our shared commitment converges in the pursuit of an Australia that embraces diversity and empowers every individual, regardless of their abilities. In the pursuit of a more inclusive Australia, it is imperative that we acknowledge and honour the extraordinary individuals who have faced and continue to face unique challenges, people with disabilities. Their experience, resilience, and triumphs serve as a constant reminder of their indomitable spirit within the disability community. Today, I would like to share a story that exemplifies strength and determination of such remarkable individual, Zil. Zil migrated to Australia with the family at a tender age of 6 from Turkey, embarking on a new chapter in her life. She arrived in a country town, Kalgoorlie, where her father worked in the mines. What made this transition even more remarkable was the fact that Zil, at the time, had limited knowledge of English and had lost her vision. Zil excelled academically, defying many stereotypes, and even skipping a grade. Her quest for knowledge led to her to travel to London, where she embraced independence and discovered her true identity. Returning to Australia, and she built a thriving career in the disability space, founding an organization named Inclusive World. Zil's story is a testament to the power of resilience, the importance of self-expression, and the transformative effect of empathy and understanding. She serves as a reminder that every individual, regardless their abilities, has a unique story, a unique journey, unique strength to contribute to our society. And as we continue our discussions today, let us be guided by the lessons we can draw from Zil's story and story of countless others. They remind us of the incredible strength within each individual. Together, we have the potential to be driving force behind the positive transformation of the NDIS and the disability ecosystem. Before I proceed, I must express a deep appreciation to Senator Zanita Mascarenhas for her support in raising these flags. And as we convene this roundtable, let us heed with Zell's story and the story of many others. Let's recognize the genuine transformation which arises when we truly listen, when we embrace diversity, and when we collaborate with purpose. On your table, you can identify a pair of socks we have gifted you, representing the icons central to people with disabilities. These unique socks feature 28 different icons, designed to signify different disabilities, both visible and invisible. As you put on these socks, we hope they serve as a reminder of the importance of inclusion, empathy, and understanding in our collective journey to an inclusive Australia. Let us wear these socks with pride as a testament to our shared commitment to keeping people with disabilities at the center of our conversation and actions. And I'm wearing them today, and is all the crew as well. So, please embrace the socks. And you might have seen an empty space in the front. And I would want to put this slide up there, Calvin. Yeah. So you might have seen there's a gap here. And you would have observed in most of our summits, we make sure the ramp is front and center with the red carpet on, which signifies the centrality of the conversation. And there's only one way to come to the stage, is the ramp. The ramp provided to us by the stadium was not fit for purpose. And hence, I have to accept that I'm not able to deliver on that promise of what I have delivered in all these events. If you could see on the images, every stage has been, in the last summits, we had the ramp. And this is the one. I apologize deeply on that front, and we would love to refund if you feel that way. We pride ourselves, and we stand for what we pride. And we make sure that none of our panelists needed a ramp today in terms of a wheelchair access. So we are very conscious of that fact as well. In the spirit of inclusivity and unity, I would like to acknowledge the extraordinary diversity to this assembly, in the room and online. Today we come together not only as a participant, but as a collective force of change, transcending geographical boundaries. People joining us from New Zealand. We are immensely grateful for roughly 600 plus individuals online. Rob, just to count the number, 600 online, and representing a multitude of perspectives and experiences. Your virtual presence reaffirms the significance of this gathering as a nationwide endeavor. It is your insights and commitment and dedication that contribute to the richness of the discussion. We are equally honored to welcome 350-odd participants in the room who have traversed distances from different states and territories to join us in person. Your physical presence signifies the importance of a shared vision and underlines the urgency of a collective cause. The diversity in our audience is a testament to the national significance. Amongst us, we have 35% of the participants from Western Australia, 17% from New South Wales, 15% from Victoria, 11% from Queensland, 8% from South Australia, 3% from Northern Territory, 2% from Tasmania, and 1% from ACT. Your presence from across all Australia underscore the collective urgency and the shared responsibility we bear in transforming the current disability landscape and the ecosystem of supports we talk about. In this gathering, we are not just delegates and attendees. We are the architects of inclusive Australia, ambassadors of empathy and advocates for change. We stand united, representing various sectors, including disability, aged care, early childhood, social housing, regional hospitals, youth, justice, local council, and other vital social services. It represents the profound collaboration coming together of perspectives, knowledge, and expertise that will form the foundation of our transformative initiatives that we envision. In this endeavor, we must stay centered on the experiences of those who have faced barriers daily. We must forge connections that transcend differences and, through shared understanding, transform our communities into places of genuine empowerment. We are honored to have delegates from Whaikaha, Ministry of Disabled People in New Zealand government, joining us today online. Their presence enriches our conversation and underscores the trans-Tasman collaboration in our pursuit of a more inclusive world. The creation of Whaikaha, Ministry of Disabled People, with its focus of transforming the lives of New Zealanders, is a testament to the commitment of the government to enhance the lives of disabled people and their whanahu. And thank you all for joining us in the pursuit of inclusive Australia. As we proceed, let us keep our hearts the courage of individuals like Zell. Let the journey inspire us to create a world that honors the resilience of the human spirit. Let the National NDIS Roundtable commence as we strive to keep people with disabilities at the heart of our conversations and our actions. And as we embark on this journey on this inclusive Australia, I'm using this word a lot, we must remember our destination, though challenging, is possible. Hence the theme today is, are we there yet? Which serves the reminder that a road to inclusivity is ongoing. While we have made strides, there is still much work to be done. So as we come together, let us be driven by the question, are we there yet? And let our resounding answer be, not yet, but we are on our way. Thank you for being part of this vital dialogue. Together we are a driving force for change, and together we will make our society more inclusive, equitable, and a welcoming place for all. Let the National NDIS Roundtable begin. Thank you.
Thanks very much indeed, Dev, for your vision, commitment to providing the forums for the opening of dialogue on matters involving the disability system, and certainly we've got many conversations to have. We've had lots already. So, without further ado, I'm pleased to have one of WA's disability statesmen here to provide us with an opening address. Mr. Bruce Langland, AM. Bruce has worked tirelessly for many years to advocate on behalf of people with disabilities. I've known him for many years, back from when I was a CEO. He was a prominent elder in the WA disability sector. He was chairperson of the Disability Services Commission when we had it here in Western Australia for many years, until it was disbanded with the introduction of the NDIS. I will let Bruce tell you his story, so please put your hands together in welcoming Bruce Langland AM to do our opening address.
Good morning, one and all. Thanks for joining us at Optus today. Is Optus a good word today? Shouldn't hang on to Optus jokes. They're not that funny, are they, for those on Optus? Listen, I'm privileged to be here, and I just want to acknowledge all acknowledgements, if you like, rather than going back through all the acknowledgements of the day. I do respect and regard everyone in this room for the role that you're playing in our ecosystem. So I look forward to you just listening to me for 5 to 7 minutes. I've got to keep this to 5 to 7 minutes, so I might power through it. But what I do want to do is I just want to take a moment of reflection, create some perspectives, and a moment to look back a little on what I've seen through decades in this space, and then look ahead at the power of you, the future and your role in it, and your legacy. What are we doing this for? What will you be remembered for? Thanks, Dev and the team, for your invitation to open the event, or be at least the initial speaker. Yeah, you suggested to me that as the most prominent elder still standing from the locally bred disability leadership group, that I was the right person to open today's proceedings, like a grandfather-like position. Coincidentally, and recently I candidly was referred to by a key figure in our minister's office, and sitting right in front of me, as it turns out, as the grandfather of disability here in the West. So Dev's saying it, Jess is saying it, so it must be true, or at least it's catching. On my disability journey over more than 30 years, I did meet many of our state's grandfathers and grandmothers, the people who were before me, and have witnessed the significant change which has taken place since I became involved in 1989 as a carer dad, and from 2001 as a Disability Services Commission WA, Western Australia board member, and as Rob mentioned, I was its chair for 15 consecutive years, finishing last year. So 21 straight years in leadership role, you don't just serve a 6-year term as a board member, you actually repeat that and you do it some more and you do it some more. So it gives you great perspective. And I think one of the undervalued things in our journey is, so the overlooked thing is we turn over too many people. There is no legacy, there's no continuation, there's no succession plan. That's a weakness. So I saw the DSC being built brick by brick, go through its teenage years and into adulthood, and witnessed its ultimate and disappointing demise on the eventual arrival of the national scheme, the NDIS, in the West in 2018. So what effectively happened was that those 25 years to that point, we lost our University of Disability, because that was the place where it was all based and being enriched from. As a co-carer for over 34 years and still doing it today with my wife Jen, for our daughter Ash, we've lived just about every aspect you can think of both systems. But they still keep changing. But are continually adjusting to our disconnected system as a whole. Too much relies on the balance sheet of families to deal with it, the emotional balance sheets which are assumed to be in great shape. Most of us across Australia with sons and daughters with severe intellectual disability who require 24/7, 365 programs of support are drawing on business-like skills to manage our plans. They can be substantial and complex undertakings. Unfortunately today, there's very little advice or long-term personal connection available in the system. No relationship. Once we were connected and organised here with a systems approach, but we lost that ownership and control when the NDIS troop came into town. I understand the reasons why, but it's the impact. In WA, it was too soon, too fast, we weren't ready, and it was faceless. It was clumsy, and it was stress-loaded for many. People came into our world with little knowledge of us or our ecosystem. There was always going to be a review or two when the reality bit. Despite numerous attempts to inform and advise by many here with extensive lived experience at all levels, the die was cast. So talking perspectives, you know, if further you stand back from something to get it all in view, the less defined it is, the less you see, the less you hear. This has been the case. Relying on centralisation in our space has unfortunately led to generalisation and isolation. It's a big issue in the heart of difficult and complex situations and was a key focus of our forebears. See us and know us locally, and particularly as we, the carers, age. I mean, we've been doing the heavy lifting for so long, and we're baby boomer, ageing baby boomer carers. Who knows us? Nobody knows us. Throwing your money at an issue and centralising the process was never going to work for our most vulnerable and doesn't solve the issues for many of our more able. In fact, it requires investment in people and connection locally where you live. It's a community thing. It can take some years to know us and our complete ecosystem. Just ask a new board member to any organisation and see how they sweat, as they should, because most of the risk sits on board members and it takes them 3 to 4 years to get a handle on it. And these are astute people. Get closer, not further away. I think the evidence to the DRC and NDIS review has shown us this. In my time, the public and sector image of disability has changed too, and is less about dependence and those with significant challenges and more about independence and abilities and options. This growing attitude has been flipped by the numbers. Previously, our most dependent made up 80 to 90% of the numbers. And today, they are less obvious and less understood and make up less than 40% since the greater reach of the NDIS. Our forefathers would be dismayed by this, and our current grandfathers, like me, are working to improve this as soon as possible, that they be seen and understood locally, and I'm talking about our kids. So today, as we assemble, again to digest and learn, stand back and indeed look at the big picture, but as you sit down and get close to the subject matter, get to know it well. Ask questions and please listen to your forefathers and mothers, especially the carers with a great experience and knowledge of complex situations. They are a source of richness to learn from. They are dedicated and good people. Don't underestimate the role of the carer. The carer is being forgotten. Dedicate yourselves to making a difference and to knowing your NDIS participants and people with disability generally and their goals and aspirations and objectives. As a former 2.5 decades of financial planning, you would lose your licence if you couldn't prove that you knew that individual's goals and objectives and the plan was appropriate to them. We don't have anything near that today. We've witnessed great experiences through our daughter and her team of support ladies. A young woman who can't walk or talk or hear or understand the most simple things in life. She's 34, but she has presence and her team is united around her and they love her. Think about the legacy you might leave with all your skills, not disabilities. Don't underestimate your abilities or your influence, but stick around to do it. Build on what you're doing. Don't disappear. We can't afford that loss of your skills and time. Be remembered for the good things you leave in your current role and as one indoctrinated into our disability family. If you're coming from outside and learning about disability, you're actually coming into our disability family. Be an ambassador for us and take your learnings and influence others. One example of a continuing commitment by many across WA to collectively leave a legacy here is the creation of a new movement, Disability Assembly WA, DAWA. DAWA is a collective of experienced carers and people with disability and service providers and advocates from across the state. Being advocates and active participants across the state, we actively work with the Office of Disability here as our joint focus is to ensure that people with lived experience contribute by making ourselves available in an orderly and obvious way. We're also looking at succession planning our ecosystem. We want people to stay contributing, have a role, create a legacy so we can hand on as forefathers to those who follow us, not have them start again. No more reviews, please, honestly. People's balance sheets are stressed. Just ask the peaks. So in closing, thanks again, Deb, for the special recognition and acknowledgement as the local grandfather-like figure here in disability. I do wish to continue my work, and I will still be here next year and probably the year after and the year after that. And as I ask you to reflect today and on your legacy, consider the term grandfathering, and it goes like this. The definition, a policy or provision usually contained in statute under which an old rule continues to apply to some existing situations, while a new rule will apply to future cases. So you can take from the past and add some new stuff. Local and connected, as we had, can reside alongside national and flexible to cater for all needs. But a general and centralised approach without a relationship-based connection for our most vulnerable and their carer families wasn't in the foundation of our founders' thinking. Think hard about what you're doing today and what your legacy contribution to your local ecosystem, wherever you might be, is going to be. What we have, unfortunately, has just turned up. There's no master plan. There's little ownership. We jointly own it. That can be good, brings a lot of ideas, can be fragile because you don't know who to go to. I can tell you case history on that. Are we there yet, Dev? Maybe for some, because I think some people coming into the NDIS has been fantastic, excellent. A lot of people not in the NDIS. But no, a way to go yet, I would say, is the answer to that. Hope you've got something out of this. Thanks for your interest and have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Bruce. And I thought and felt that it really came from the heart. And we are working in and living in an ecosystem that certainly is going through enormous change. And I love that thought of not losing the wisdom that we have. We've come an awful long way, and we should be using that wisdom for the future. So look, thank you very much indeed, Bruce. So we have an apology from the Honourable Bill Shorten, Minister for NDIS, who was unable to attend today, but he has provided us with a note which Dev will now read on his behalf.
Thank you, everybody, again, coming back. Minister Shorten's message to us, starting now. To all those attending this Community of Practice National NDIS Roundtable on the National Disability Insurance Scheme Review and the Disability Royal Commission, I send my greetings and express my disappointment at not being able to join in person. This is a watershed year for the NDIS and for the disability community. The Disability Royal Commission final report was delivered to the Albanese government on 29th September 2023. It follows 4.5 years of inquiry into how all governments, institutions, and the community can better protect Australians with disability from enduring violence, abuse, neglect, and exploitation. The Commission's final report sets out a vision for an inclusive Australia, where human rights are protected, where individuals live with dignity, equality, respect, and can fulfill their potential. The government needs time to carefully consider the Royal Commission's recommendation, but I believe this report will bring about generational change for Australians living with disability. And I acknowledge the dedication of my colleague and Minister of Social Services, the Honourable Amanda Rishworth, in progressing this work. It is now up to all of us to take up the Royal Commission's challenge to make Australia the most inclusive country it can be. A more inclusive society is also emerging as a theme of the independent NDIS review, which I know Australians with disability, their families, and the sector are eagerly awaiting. It will be made publicly available once it has been considered by the National Cabinet. What I can tell you that the Albanese government has already taken steps to bring the NDIS back to its original intent of being the world-leading scheme for people with disability. And we do it because we know it is a life-changing for those who need support to live a more independent and meaningful life. We have already made record budget allocations to lift staff capacity and capability of the National Disability Insurance Scheme. This is in recognition of the crucial role skilled and competent workers play in providing the high-quality support that will help people with disability achieve their goals. Because at its heart, the NDIS must be people-focused, and that means striving for outcomes for participants. I have always said that the NDIS is an investment in Australians with disability, in their economic and social participation, and in their ability to lead a fulfilled life. The NDIS changes lives for better, and I'm confident the NDIS review final report will move us toward an even fairer, safer, stronger, a more sustainable NDIS 2.0, a scheme that will be here for future generations of Australians. Thank you for your commitment to the well-being of Australians with disability. I wish you well for the Roundtable. Thank you.
I'm getting a bit of exercise up and down here. Look, and certainly that from the Minister, we will all be waiting to see just what the review has to say, and more importantly, what states and territories will be able to pick up and move on with. And with that, we're now moving into the state. So I'd like to now introduce the Honourable Don Punch, MLA, Minister for Disability, for Regional Development, for Fisheries, for Seniors and Ageing, and finally for volunteering. As you can see, Don's a very busy man, and it's great to see you along here today, Don. Would you please welcome the Honourable Don Punch, MLA.
Thank you very much, Rob, and I do miss our long discussions down in Bunbury when you were down there on all matters disability. A very strong and passionate believer in improving the lives of people right around Western Australia. I do want to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land that we meet, the Noongar people, and we're talking to you from Whadjuk country and by the banks of the Gerbil Yurigan, a very special place in terms of traditional culture. And I acknowledge all of our elders, past and present. I'd like to also acknowledge the Honour Emma Davidson, MLA, who's with us from the ACT and whom I frequently meet on Zoom. Nice to meet in person again, Emma, but we've been able to get together a few times over in the East as part of the Disability Ministers Reform Committee. The Honourable Baldeep Singh, cultural dignitary from India, welcome to Perth, welcome to Western Australia. I hope the visit's very special. As always, I'd like to acknowledge our Auslan interpreters. I've met with them a few times on the way through, and we've shared a few talks together, so thank you very much. And also the special representatives who are listening in from New Zealand and all the people online, members of communities of practice, and ladies and gentlemen. Now, I do have to apologise because the agenda today is altered slightly and I have to be in Parliament by 9 o'clock, so I'm going to be a little compressed. But of course, keynote speeches, you can usually try and warm the audience up and, just say a few words, or you can do something really controversial, leg it out the door and leave everybody to fight and argue over it for the next, for the next 4 or 5 hours in your case. But I do want to talk a little bit about communities of practice and roundtables. They are so important that we get together and critically review, critically think about where we are at, and where we are heading to. And there's a lot to talk about. Unfortunately, Dev did try and time this with the release of the review, the NDIS review. The timing hasn't worked quite that way, so I do want to acknowledge Dev for his efforts in trying to get that conversation happening as soon as possible with the review. But I think we've seen enough of Bruce and Lisa's work to have a really good sense of where that review was heading to. And it was really thinking about those fundamentals of the NDIS, which is about choice and control, about people being at the centre, people with disability being at the centre. And out of that, there's plenty of times when I've talked to members of the sector, individually with people in this room, about the issues that flow from that from a West Australian perspective. But it's easy. It is easy to shift critical thinking and critical review into criticism and negativity. And we should not forget that the NDIS started out with a vision that has meant that we've moved from around 26,000 people being part of a plan for support to now around 52,000 in Western Australia. We are spending around $1.3 billion. And it's not seen as welfare, it is seen as investment in the lives of people who make a contribution to Western Australia. It is not a cost, it is an investment. Now, there can be arguments about whether that investment is being spent wisely. When I first became the Disability Minister, I went into a Disability Reform Council meeting, and the ministers at the federal level at the time were talking about independent assessments. Who remembers them? 2-hour quick overviews of a person's functional ability to determine what they might be entitled to. And it was a cost. It was a welfare cost. It was a transaction. That's what the NDIS had become when I first became a minister. And I know that at a state level, the ministers were not happy about that because it had lost the vision of what the NDIS should be. Now, Bill Shorten became the minister at the change of government, and he was firmly of the view, with the support of disability reform ministers around the nation, that we needed to put the notion of people and relationship back into the NDIS to make it that responsible organisation, that responsive organisation that had always been the original intent. And that's the message that Bill Shorten has given to the NDIS review team, is to look at the NDIS as an investment in people and put people at the centre. Now, for all the criticism that I might have of how the NDIS unfolded over the years leading up to Bill Shorten become the minister, it did make a world of difference. We saw people who previously been hidden from view out in the community, engaged. We saw agencies being able to respond in a different way to people, and we saw people being able to influence what was happening around them in terms of their plans. So in your deliberations today, when we think about the Royal Commission, which zeroed in on the lived experience of people right across the disability spectrum, and I want to acknowledge all of those people who went and made their stories public, who for the first time were in the public limelight, reported on the news. I get into the news occasionally. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not so good. But I know what it feels like to be on the front page. And for people who've never been in that situation, having their personal story expressed through the media is a brave thing to do. So I want to acknowledge all of those people who made the contribution to the Royal Commission. And the Royal Commission's come out and it's really been challenged itself in terms of trying to come to agreements in the disability ecosystem about what should be the ways forward. And these will be continuing debates. But the Royal Commission puts back the notion of understanding all of the contributions that we as practitioners make in terms of the lives of individual people. And that's the lens that we should be looking at when we review the 222 recommendations. Now, each state at the moment is looking together with the federal government, and Amanda Rishworth is responsible at a federal level for the Royal Commission, looking at our responses to that. And we will be talking with the community as we go through that process and formulate our state's response to the Royal Commission. Now, the NDIS review is more about the systems of practice. It's about the NDIS and about the interface of the NDIS with mainstream services and how that might all work into the future. That report is going to go to National Cabinet at some point this year, and then it will be released shortly after that. And I am sure that is going to prompt a lot of debate and discussion. But when it does, let's remember the message that's come out of the Royal Commission and be working with people with lived experience to really understand how that translates into what the disability ecosystem should look like into the future, what the relationship of the NDIS to other services, whether it's in health, in education, in community services generally, with the justice system, how that all should look. And how that should look from the very point that Dev raised right at the beginning, from the perspective of inclusion. Inclusion is like nirvana. It should be easy. It should be easy to achieve. It's a value we all share. Yet every day we come across examples where inclusion, that seamless understanding of a person and not defining that person by their individual needs, that seamless understanding confronted us today with a ramp. Jess has already been on to the Minister for Tourism's office asking why there's not a ramp here. We need to be vocal in acknowledging and identifying those issues and pursuing them. But I come back to the original theme. It is easy to look at the past and think things were really good then. They weren't. They were not. There were good things and there were bad things. Every system has its ups and downs. But we need to look to the future. The NDIS is here. We need to make sure that our collective ownership of the NDIS means we have an agency that meets the community's expectations that people with disability are at the centre, that they do have choice and control, that the response is reasonable and necessary, but we need to understand what that means and have the dialogue about that. So think about it from that point of view of, as things unfold over the next 12 months and over the next 48 months and into the future, that we do take that sense of control over what it means for us as part of, even though it's a practitioner end, part of the disability ecosystem. It's a very important time. We have not committed to our bilateral agreement for the next round of the NDIS because there is so much out there and there are so many issues that are important for us. Remote and regional Western Australia, culturally appropriate service delivery, the thin markets issue generally, the viability of the ecosystem, the interface, they're all important parts of that bilateral agreement. And then we have our legislative review, and that legislative review will inform the legislation that governs Western Australia into the future in its relationship with people with disability and with the NDIS and the national ecosystem. So there is a lot to be discussed. There's a lot of fruitful discussion to be had today, but I think this is really part of the future. And looking to the future is the important message I want to leave with you. Own it, be part of it, talk widely, discuss it, critically think it, but don't be negative. Don't just say, this is no good. Don't long for the past. We are looking to the future, and we're looking to a better future for the 52,000 people who are part of the NDIS and the 400,000 people who are part of the disability community here in Western Australia. My apologies, I have to leave you. Got to be in Parliament, got a grievance to deal with. But thank you very much, and I hope you really enjoy the day. Thank you.
And it certainly has been nice to see you here, Don and Jess. It was those conversations that we used to have. I certainly appreciated those, and it is about relationships are very important. And yes, the future, what is around the corner for us, and we'll be watching, I'm sure, very closely, and hopefully that we'll actually be involved in the conversations as governments around Australia get to action the various recommendations that come from these reports. So now it's my pleasure to introduce our next keynote speaker, and the Honourable Emma Davidson, MLA, from the ACT. Thanks for travelling across the country to be with us today. Emma is the Minister for Disability, for Justice Health, Mental Health, for Seniors and Veterans, and Assistant Minister for Families and Community Services, a group of very important ministries. And like Don, I suspect is a very busy person. Please put your hands together to welcome the Honourable Emma Davidson, MLA. Thank you.
Hello. Now I'm going to acknowledge country in Auslan as best I can, and I'm very hopeful that I will sort of meet your standards, but I'll do my best. I'd like to acknowledge that we're here today on Noongar country, and that this always was and always will be Aboriginal land and that sovereignty was never ceded. To become a truly reconciled nation, to be able to care for country and for each other, we need to listen to, understand and support our First Nations people. And this is why I support truth, treaty and an Indigenous voice to Parliament, and that work will continue. So I pay my respects to First Nations elders, past, present and future, and I also pay my respects to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who are joining us today. It is absolutely wonderful to be in a room full of so many people who are so committed to making the disability supports and services ecosystem work. There is so much work ahead of us, but we have so many good examples of things that we have been able to solve in the past that we know that we are capable of doing this. It's a really big moment right now for the disability community to be seeing the 222 recommendations from the Disability Royal Commission, as well as the NDIS review report about to be released, to think through what this means for what we need to do together to make all of this work. And it's really important to think through what it means for all of the people who have contributed to those bodies of work. The 4,000 people who made submissions to the NDIS review, the years of taking submissions and hearing people's very, very difficult and deeply personal experiences in the Disability Royal Commission. This is a very, very big moment. But it also means that we have a very, very bright future ahead if we can take all of those experiences and all of that knowledge and work together on how we make those improvements. So I'm here today to speak to you from the perspective of the ACT as the ACT's Disability Minister. As it happens, I am the longest serving disability minister in the country at the moment. While I have not been in the job for what feels like a particularly long time, there has been a lot of change. Prior to becoming the disability minister, I worked in the community sector like a lot of you and worked on social research and advocacy for people with chronic health conditions and around those social determinants, things like housing, education, employment. We know that people with disability need things to be better in all of those areas. But in the ACT, we haven't been waiting for the Royal Commission or the NDIS review reports to be finalised before we started to act on what we knew we needed to do. We've been progressing a fairly wide range of measures to better support people with disability and to really embed that social model of disability, to be really clear that we're taking a person-centred approach to making sure that we're looking at the whole person and not just at functional needs or at a diagnosis. We're currently in the final stages of developing a 10-year ACT disability strategy. And this strategy will really embed the ACT government's commitment to creating a more inclusive society and community and improving the lives of the more than 80,000 people in our city of 420,000 who identify as being people with disability. In addition, we also have another 50,000 carers in the ACT, and I'm also the Minister responsible for carers. And we know that for too long, unpaid care work has been underpinning the supports that a lot of people with disability have needed. Now, the consultation for the ACT Disability Strategy was co-designed and led by the ACT's Disability Reference Group. And so that means that the voices of people with disability were front and centre of every part of that consultation for the strategy. It meant that we had more than 1,000 people who participated in that consultation, and keep in mind again, we're a city of 420,000 people, so getting 1,000 people to participate is actually quite a big achievement. But the ways in which they participated are really important. We didn't just take written submissions, we took submissions in the form of video or audio recordings. People could contribute it creatively through, we had someone who contributed a song that they had written. We had people who contributed visual artworks as a way of, trying to get their message through to us about what it is that was important to them. We had some online forums, because keeping in mind too that not everyone is able to safely go into big public spaces with lots of other people. So we had online forums, but we also had some in-person forums for people who prefer to have face-to-face conversations. And really importantly, we had a lot of kitchen table conversations. And those kitchen table conversations enabled people to have those conversations in a smaller group of people they know and trust and feel safe to share their experiences with. And every step of the way, it was people with disability who were leading, facilitating, and guiding those conversations. Now, once we have the ACT disability strategy finalised, it will be supported by action plans that will step out those really tangible commitments to achieving change. And at the same time, we know that we're going to need to do work in every part of our society in Canberra to make our society more inclusive. So that means that everyone in government is going to be involved in this. We know that we're going to need to do work in the justice system. We already have a disability justice strategy with a series of action plans, and we're working on a second action plan for that now. We've already made some good progress in terms of having more disability liaison officers and being able to support people to make more informed decisions about how they engage with the justice system, and we're going to continue that work. We're developing a disability health strategy with a view to driving better health outcomes for people with disabilities and for their families and for their carers, and to be able to see a person with disability as more than just a medical diagnosis, even within the health system, to really understand that, that you're looking at the whole person and their support network. And we're developing an inclusive education strategy to ensure that students with disability can access and participate in education on the same basis as their peers. Now, throughout a lot of this, we've been talking about how we work with people with disability. Improved supported decision-making is going to be a really key part of that. Making sure that we're assisting people to have choice and control about the services that they receive, but really supporting that individual and systemic quality and safeguarding around their decision-making, so that we can support their capacity to build their ability to understand their rights and to understand their options, and then for them to make their own choices, and for us to be able to clearly understand and support those choices. So it's been very pleasing to see in the Disability Royal Commission that recognition of the importance of co-designing measures that improve and implement these kinds of reforms to supported decision-making for people with disability. What we've learned over many years of working with people with disability is that they are the experts in their own lives, that all the decisions and policies that impact people with disability should be made with people with disability. This should be the normal way in which we do things. And that really goes back to the heart of what the NDIS is here for. It's about choice and control, and it's about seeing disability through a social model. Now, I want to give you an example of the sorts of changes that we've seen in the ACT since the NDIS came in. Pre-NDIS, we had an organisation called Therapy ACT. And if you had, say, a young child with, say, developmental delay in speech or needing occupational therapy, you didn't need to have a diagnosis first. You could go to Therapy ACT and they could start working with that child at an early intervention stage and building skills and developing their ability to do what they need to do. when we joined the NDIS, we understood that the NDIS was going to be able to do these things. And so therapy ACT, no longer existed, and the NDIS was the way to get access to the supports that people needed. What we have learned, though, over the last decade of being within the NDIS is that sometimes you think that something's going to work a particular way and it turns out that maybe it doesn't. So what's been happening is that people have needed to get a diagnosis, and after that then they can start accessing supports, and so people have not had as early intervention as they would have liked. So we're starting to bring that back. We've just recently funded the Child Development Service to start bringing that back for our preschool-aged children under 3 years old, so that at the earliest stage they can start accessing supports and building skills and developing what they need to do before they even have a diagnosis. This is part of the ACT's approach to trying to work within a collaborative ecosystem of disability supports. That some things are in the NDIS, there are some supports people access that are not in the NDIS, but actually at the end of the day, if you're a person with disability, what you really need is supports, and where they come from is not as important as do you have the choice and control to work out what is the right support for your individual needs. We know that in the decision making that we have to do around where we go next, both with the Royal Commission recommendations and with the NDIS, we're going to need to have a really good understanding of how all of the pieces fit together. The only way we can do that is for every state to be able to sit at the table with Commonwealth and share that information openly and have some really good, honest conversations about how we make the pieces of the puzzle fit together. What's really pleasing to me is that what I'm seeing is that every state and Commonwealth wants to make this work. If we can find a way to keep talking to each other about the difficulties we're facing, the challenges that each of us are facing in our own respective jurisdictions, and also about the lessons that we've learned, things that, if we were having our time over, we'd do differently, or things that we've seen have worked really well, and we want to make sure we hold on to that and share it with others so that they can do it too. What we will have is that great collaborative ecosystem. But at the heart of it will be people with disability. And so whatever we do in the ACT, we will be working alongside people with disability to work out how we move forward and how we implement any recommendations in ways that really work for people and that stay true to the original intent of the NDIS. This is why communities of practice are so important. So I want to thank you all for your commitment to working with us to make all of this fit together, and I wish you all very well for today's work.
Thank you very much indeed, Emma. Look, and I think that it is interesting to see what other states or territories are doing around the country. So look, now we're going to have one of the little interview sessions between Dev and Emma. So I'll hand you over to Dev. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Davidson, for sharing what you've done within ACT. And your background experience across youth, family services, and that portfolio of social services and human services perspective is just fairly varied. And the language from the NDIS review, the word which has been used again and again, or probably now amplified up, ecosystem of supports. And I think you have a very different perspective in being in different parts of the government departments. And what do you think is the biggest challenge for us to deliver the vision of the inclusive Australia, not just being the responsibility of NDIS, but how does other departments come together and see as a common deliverable rather than an individual deliverable of an entity?
Yeah, I think actually the biggest challenge is being able to see the whole person, being able to take the holistic view. What often happens across our health and social services ecosystem is that each service provider or each government department or each organisation is so deeply embedded in overcoming the challenges of the work that they're doing, perhaps in delivering, say, speech therapy, or in delivering in-home personal care, or in delivering accessible housing to people, and they're not necessarily seeing the bigger picture of the whole person. So, I think for a lot of us, one of the challenges is actually to see that all of these things need to be able to work together, and that while it might be more time consuming to have to communicate more with other service organisations, or to spend more time working through something with the person who is receiving care to understand their needs, you actually get a better outcome at the end of it. Now that same thing applies to, if you jump up to a higher level, to governments trying to make decisions about how we do these things. It's very important that we keep in mind that the NDIS is an investment in inclusion and in people, and that if someone has a support need, it needs to be met somewhere. And at the end of the day, our community collectively is going to have to find a way to do it. So what we need to do is be able to have those conversations about what is the most effective way to meet that person's support need, so that we're not actually creating more problems down the track.
I think this conversation has been happening across states and territories about the collective view of things. And in some of the silos have been still siloed. We had conversations across the whole spectrum of services, and probably the elders and people who have lived experience, they've been talking about enough on these front. What do you see tangibly the ecosystem model functioning?
So some examples of where things are actually working well. Yeah, actually, there are some great examples that I've seen working really well. There's an organisation in the ACT that provides in-home care and support to people with quite complex needs. And because they take that person-centred approach, it meant that, for example, during COVID, they understood how important it was that the person's family and carers had a clear understanding of what things the organisation was doing to reduce the risk of transmission. That clear communication meant that families and carers were less stressed. But it also meant that they could have conversations with the people in their care about how do we reduce the impacts of social isolation and make sure that you can still stay in contact with the people that are important to you, even if you can't physically be in the same room. So while what they were doing was not strictly speaking about the personal in-home care needs that they do on a day-to-day basis, they understood the impact of maintaining those relationships and that sense of belonging and social connection on the person's overall well-being. As a result, it meant that they were better equipped to handle challenging situations with people with very complex needs.
Lovely. Thanks for sharing that. I want to just shift from here to the Royal Commission side of it. One of the recommendations is to go towards Disability Rights Act. What do you feel are the current gaps of the discrimination acts? And what do you feel the impediment of for us not to do it earlier? And why do we have to go through 4.5 years of conversations and listening? Why, as a community, we are not there? We can't understand without being told.
Yeah, I guess I have the benefit of coming from a human rights jurisdiction in the ACT. So, being a human rights jurisdiction, this is just embedded in all of our government decision making, and it's a part of normal practice that this is how we operate in the ACT. But yeah, we don't have that in the same way at the national level. So finding a way to tie all of that together, I can see how that would bring benefits. There are things that we've learned about being a human rights jurisdiction, about some of the challenges that you face when you want to be able to achieve a gold standard, but there might be some logistical barriers in the way. Having rights embedded in law means that you can't take any easy way out and just say, well, it's okay to not deal with that because it's difficult. When it comes to these human rights kind of issues, it means that we have to just keep working it through until we can find a solution, and keep trying. And that, I think, has made us a more inclusive community as a result. We're not all the way there yet, but we've learned that it is actually very worthwhile embedding those really core values of who you are as a society in your legislative framework.
Thank you. And on the shifting a bit of another angle, it's not always I get the opportunity to ask these questions. One is the challenge of the ecosystem, coming back to that, is the collaboration amongst the different silos. And the collaboration amongst the other human services sector organization, whether it's disability, aged care, mental health, was happening in a collaborative space. So, and I don't want to go back and say that, that was good and this is bad. What I'm trying to understand is, or I want you to suggest, how do we go from here to bring that, not just collaboration within the government departments, but the collaboration across these silos of our not-for-profits and charities and for-profit organizations coming together for the single goal of delivering a holistic support?
Yeah, absolutely. I know that we are facing some similar workforce challenges across aged care, disability care, health care, and early childhood education as well. We are facing some similarities in those challenges, and there are definitely things we could do to make that work a little more smoothly. But if we're always coming back to putting the person back in the centre, and listening to what are their needs, I think that will help us to find that way through.
I would want to go people online in the room. There's a question by Andrew Thomas. And there are 6 likes, so on the top, and that's how we prioritize. So this is a question for you, the Minister. He says, as the Minister of Mental Health, how do you see early intervention can or should work for mental health, psychosocial, pre-diagnosis for NDIS funding?
Yeah, that is a really good question. Being both the Mental Health Minister and the Disability Minister, I can't help but think of both of those things, together. We have a real focus in the ACT on trying to roll out more and more early intervention and prevention services for mental health. And that means delivering more care, closer to where people live in the community, rather than, shifting that focus into inpatient services in hospital. If we can provide better care to people in the community, and if we can recognise that mental health is not something, it often works in cycles where things might be going really well for a while, and then you might need a little bit of extra support, and then you might find that your support needs reduce again, and it's not always easily predictable either. If we can recognise that there is that need for flexibility in what levels of access people need to support, that helps enormously. I'm also very hopeful at the moment that because we've got governments around the country and at the national level all talking about the difficulties we're facing in our fragmented health system between primary care, acute care and care for chronic conditions, and that includes psychosocial mental health conditions, that we're in a moment where we could actually make some changes that fundamentally, shift things and help to connect those things up again. That is my hope. We've been rolling out things like residential step-up, step-down services in the ACT, which means that if someone realises that they need more care than just, say, seeing their psychologist or going to their group therapy programs is able to give them, but they're not yet at the point where they need an inpatient stay in hospital, that there is somewhere else that they can go that's in between, where they can still, work on their recovery, but without going back into the hospital environment. And so, having more and more options for things that are, supporting people at an earlier stage is definitely helping. We're seeing the impact.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing that. And again, going back to people online in the room, and they've been, there are few activity on the questions, and this one has 13 likes and thumbs ups. And now there's a bit of a, this person, we call him anonymous or her. I'm gravely concerned about the NDIS service providers overcharging and greedily charging for services that they are not providing. How do we address this?
Yeah, so I can really only speak from the ACT perspective, but I know that in the ACT, these kinds of things can and do happen, but really not as often as might happen in some other jurisdictions. One of the really important things that we have in the ACT is a really good knowledge of who our disability support providers are and what kinds of challenges they might be facing in terms of workforce, resourcing for professional development and things like that. When you're in a city-state, it gives you the advantage of really getting to know your whole community. And so it means that we know our local disability service providers really well. And that does help. We also have a really good official visitor program in the ACT for people with disability. Those official visitors are highly skilled professionals. This is a paid career for them, and they are able to go out and solve a lot of problems at a fairly early stage before it reaches the point where, someone's needing to talk to the Human Rights Commission or talk to the Quality and Safety Commission, because they can have a conversation both with the person who's receiving care and with the service provider and resolve misunderstandings or help people understand alternative ways of doing things to reduce some of those risks. But it also means that where something is going very wrong, we've got a greater chance of being able to pick that up and deal with it. So, yeah, I mean, your rights are really only as good as your ability to enforce them. And so having people able to work with people with disability and support them in their rights is very important.
Thank you. A lot of activity happening online, but there's something in my head is just popping up again and again. How do we, these are two train tracks and we're just running parallel, social housing and disability housing. And you can see the variation and the variance of the delivery standards and of the acceptance of what is good look like, what is fit for purpose look like. I think at bottom line is we all are Australians and vulnerable Australians. And then how can the treatment be different in a different situation in terms of what's fit for purpose? And how do we merge these two train tracks in the future?
Yeah, that is a really big question. And housing is not something that is just an issue for people with disability.
Yep.
We're finding a shortage of housing for everyone in the community. But for people with disability, to be able to find housing that is affordable, accessible, appropriate to their needs, and sustainable in a changing climate is particularly challenging. Now, we absolutely need more public housing, and that public housing needs to be accessible for people. Not just for people with disability, but for everyone, because anyone's needs can change. We're all going to get older, and that's going to impact on how our bodies work, but anyone can have an illness or injury that changes what they need in their housing. So having more accessible and adaptable housing will make it easier for people when those things happen to stay in the home they love and make changes to their home rather than having to move. One of the things that we have done in the ACT is we've really pushed for higher standards in the National Building Construction Code, so that new dwellings that are being built are at a more accessible standard, and we've really tried to sort of lead by example there, in that the social housing that we're building now in the ACT is Class C standard, so that we know that we've got more options for people. Very importantly though, not everyone with disability is going to be looking for public housing, and we need the broader range of housing in the market to be more accessible as well, so that if someone's looking for a private rental, or if someone's looking to buy a home, that there is more to choose from, and that they're not restricted by just the few properties they can find that are accessible to them. And making sure that they can get, greater access to those properties as well.
Thank you. There's enough. I think I have to go back. It's just, like a live wire. Amanda Mantle, and she asks, are there plans to have a more robust audit system to ensure providers are meeting a level of quality and safety for participants?
Yeah, I have heard Minister Shorten talk about the need for that with the NDIA's Quality and Safety Commission, but in the ACT we have implemented an official visitor scheme for people with disability, and we have been doing the work for some years now, and we're finding that it's actually very effective in helping us to understand both how to better support and protect the rights of individual people, and to spot emerging systemic issues. So every few months, the official visitors will come in, have a meeting with me, and we'll talk through some of the things that they've been seeing. Are there any emerging issues? Are there any long-standing systemic issues that we still haven't solved, but what have we tried since we last worked on it, and what do we want to work on next? How do we want to tackle this next? It's that having someone being able to go to a person's house and have the conversation with them, or to go to a care facility where someone might be receiving care, to have the conversation with them so that they understand their rights, and to identify where there might be something going wrong, is critically important.
Thank you. The next one again from online and people in the room on Slido. It should be mandatory for every disability service provider to be registered with NDIS. That is one way to reduce the risks of malpractice.
I can understand why regulation is something that people are really interested in, but I've got to say, looking at some of the really harrowing stories that came through the Disability Royal Commission, and some of the things that we've seen reported recently in media, some of those were coming from providers that were part of the regulated part of the system. So regulation does not in itself make things inherently safer. It's the ability to engage with people and ensure that they understand their rights and can enforce them that makes things safer. The other really important thing to think about is that Australia has an incredibly diverse community of people with disability, and that choice and control is one of the key things that the NDIS was set up to achieve. Now, there are people in our community who might want to work with someone who's not a regulated provider because they know that person has the skills to deliver the support they need in a culturally safe way, or in a way that is respectful of their individual needs. So we don't want to remove people's ability to have choice and control by requiring everything to be at the same standard of regulation. It's also important to think about the diversity of supports that people might access, the level of support that you might need for personal in-home care, and the risks that come with delivering that care, and the level of skill and support that might be needed for people in that part of the workforce is not the same as the person who comes around and deals with your landscaping in your garden, for example. And there will be people who have disability who have someone come around and, say, mow their lawn. They're not going to need the same kind of regulation.
And as we move forward, and you have seen the NDIS review report, and the parallels between the Royal Commission findings and the NDIS review. The word, and how do we share the burden from and the Commonwealth and the state? And what's the room feels like in terms of the COAG ministers coming together in the room every few months? What's the pulse? Are we happy to share the load? Are we happy to deliver on the promise we collectively made? Are we happy to go forward to the positive direction?
Yeah, we are in a very challenging moment in that we've got these reports that have been presented to us that really help us to understand what the problems are that we need to solve. And that's great, because what we want at the end of this is an NDIS that works for everyone, and a disability supports ecosystem in which no one is left behind, in which everyone can get access to the supports they need to live a good life. But you cannot get to those good solutions without being able to have a really good, honest conversation about where things aren't working and what needs to be done differently. And that's the moment that we're in at the moment. Some of those things are really hard to hear. You know, the things that came out in the Disability Royal Commission were really hard to hear. But we needed to hear them in order to understand why it's so important that we solve these problems and keep working together. Now, the fact that disability ministers from around the country and the Commonwealth are still coming to the same table and having those conversations is really giving me a lot of reason for optimism about the future. Because while ever we are still talking through the challenges that each of us are facing in how we implement these things, we are still going to be able to work towards a solution. So we need to just keep talking it through, understanding the detail of how we do each of these things in our own jurisdiction, understanding, you know, where the boundaries or the definitions of things are, as we're trying to understand, you know, which bits fit in which part of the system and which things need to be more inclusive in our mainstream services.
Before I let you go, the last one, it's more rhetorical. And before I go there, we would send, there are quite a few questions they've been, directed towards you, and we will send these questions to your office and we'll send an official response to all the attendees in the room and online. Thank you for the questions. The last one, are we there yet?
We're not there yet, but I think we can see the end point that we want to get to, and we can see some of the pointers along the way, some of those markers along the way that we're going to have to work through in order to get there. But there is a big, big road ahead of us, and the only way we are going to get there is by working alongside the disability community. There is no other way. It's how we got the NDIS in the first place. It's how we've been solving so many of the problems that have come up along the way. And it's how we will achieve the NDIS that we wanted to achieve. That's the only way to do it.
Thank you, Mr. Davidson. Thank you for being such a sport today, and thanks for answering the question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please.
I think my table over there should have been over this side. But look, it's fantastic to see the number of questions and comments coming through on Slido, and there's a heap of them there that haven't been answered. And as Dev said, that we will be sending those on. But look, it was great to hear from you, Emma, and looking forward to seeing what occurs in the ACT as well as the rest of the country, of course. With the Slido, it will really help if you, when there's a panel on or you're wanting to put something onto the Slido, could you make it a question? The comments are nice, but it doesn't really help with our inquisition of people up here. So please, if you can just keep them to questions, and it's fantastic, you will see the more you think the question has value, the system just automatically bumps it up, and that way Dev can see them on the screen there, and I'm busily moderating these questions as they come in to throw them through up the front, so you'll be helping me out as well. Look, now we've got a little bit of a break from you sitting there and listening to us up here. So this is now over to you, whether you are sitting in this room or you're out there on the net. We're all going to participate in a bit of a conversation with one another. Now, you heard about, I can't remember who it was, but someone talked about the wisdom, the knowledge that we have. So this is an opportunity for you to be able to share some of that wisdom. Now, there is a question going to be, and I was supposed to, before I came walking up here, I was supposed to go and click it so that you would see it. So as soon as I finish here, I'll be going over and clicking the button to get the question up. But look, the question that you're now going to discuss in your groups, and please feel free to put, and this is one where you can put comments into Slido. So it's not questions, you put comments into Slido. The question, it relates to the Royal Disability Commission. The question is, what is your vision for an inclusive Australia, and what steps do you believe are crucial to making that vision a reality? I'll read it again. What is your vision for an inclusive Australia, and what steps do you believe are crucial to making that vision a reality? And this is just something for you now to discuss, and please feel free to put what your discussion is onto Slido. So I'll go and put that question up. Thank you. You're going to have about 15 minutes, and I'll give you a little bit of a warning using that bell when there's a few minutes to go. Thank you. Sorry, folks, for the little bit of an interruption here. I think I might be getting fired as an MC. I forgot to say that the question in Slido, you click on ideas. Many of you, I'm sure, probably already knew that. So you click on ideas for the question. Thank you. And welcome back online, the people around the country and in New Zealand. They should be now back in and joining us here in the room. And look, thank you very much for your attention now. So look, we're just going to, Dev has got a couple of initiatives that he's working on that he would like to share with you just at the moment. So I'm going to hand, this is before the next panel, I'm going to hand it across to Dev.
I would come there, I think, much easier. Thank you. Please. I think I want to start with, I'm so glad to see, I'm glad to see the activity online and your engagement levels. And what I've been talking to in the last 5-6 years of my journey, I have conversed with a lot of thought leaders in the disability space, aged care, mental health, and I've been fighting with so many thoughts in my head across the ages, and I was making notes as I interviewed Gordon one day, Michael one day, and there are many thoughts which come and go, and I keep on scribing those thoughts for the last 3-4 years, and I'm writing a book now, but the angle there is to have three parallels drawn, how the politics has evolved in the last 10-15 years, the disability politics has evolved, and how it has impacted the public policy, and in turn, how the waterfall impact on people with disabilities and their lives. And that's the premise of the book is, and with an overview of an economist mindset, how we have failed free markets and all of that around. And what I feel that is, and I'm crowdsourcing two things. One is case studies from organizations and individual stories. And I want to, and I've been talking to a few organizations in WA and on the East on the case studies of the organizations and individuals. And I've weaved the book into 20-odd chapters, but it's a non-fiction book, it's very bland. Sorry, that's the reality. And because of that, I think the stories, thank you, my hands move a lot. I want the book to be the sector's book. I want to be the editor, the mortar in the house of the bricks. I want to bring these stories together. I've done a basic straw man, which is 200-odd page long, but I want to weave the stories of individuals from get-go to the end. I want to have 12 stories, individual stories, and then 12 stories of organization. And I would want to give you, my ask to everybody of you, if you feel your organization has a story to be part of this book, I would love to have a conversation, and I would love to receive a phone call or a message to connect and build this book by the sector and then be a collective effort. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Dev. And I was sitting over there on the chair's very much like a sort of like a Father Christmas type chair, and then I've got my bell and the red mat. Look, okay, my beard's not long enough for a Father Christmas though. Look, now we're going to get into our first of the larger panels. So Dev will be our moderator. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you the panellists. So there's Michael Chester, co-CEO of Uniting WA. Andrew Hyland, CEO Sunnyfield Disability Services. Nihal Isiel, Human Rights and Disability Activist. Peter Orr, Chief Operating Officer of Ford. And Julius Squire, who's the CEO of Ability Options. So if you can make your way up here, that would be terrific. Thank you.
That's fine. Cheers. Peter, sorry. Yeah. David, how are you? Microphone for you. Oh, lovely. So this conversation is focused on the Royal Commission and the recommendations around it. And feel free to go on Slido and ask questions. And as Rob talked about, midway through this conversation, we'll take a reflections pause in which we would ask you to talk amongst, as a group, on the table and people online on the meeting rooms and the breakout rooms, and discuss what you have heard so far and ask questions through Slido. And the second half would be from the floor and from online here in New Zealand. So I want to start with Nihal, with you. On your journey on being a disability rights activist, what have you seen the transition on, coming to this stage of the Royal Commission? One of the recommendations has to have a Disability Rights Act. Before you go there, I want you to preface, give a bit of a snapshot of your life story.
My life story. I came here as a 15-year-old and did my high school and university education here in Perth. My family's here. And going through high school with no English had its challenges. And being the only blind student in my school, everyone knew me from year 8 to year 12. Everyone said hello to me, but no one stopped to talk to me because they couldn't, because I didn't understand them. I didn't speak much English then. And going through university was very interesting because I could speak very good English by then. And I had very good relationships with my peers and with all the supporting staff at the libraries, at the student admin. But I couldn't explain, or I couldn't communicate to my lecturers what my needs were, because I would ask them, for example, to give us a list of books that we were going to use in the next semester at the end of this semester, so that I could get them in alternative formats ready for the beginning of next semester. But we wouldn't get our books until the beginning of the semester. So it was too late for me to get the books brailled or in alternative formats. None of my books were available in Australia. I had to order them through the United States, and it would take them 6 weeks into the semester to come. And if I asked for an extension for my assignments, I was told we may be disadvantaging our other students if we keep giving it extensions. So, and I would say your other students could get their books in the beginning of the semester. I couldn't. So each time this was a problem, so I learned not to ask for extensions. And sometimes some lecturers would tell me that what they were teaching was very visual, and they could show and demonstrate it to all of their sighted students by using charts, diagrams, etc., drawings on the board, PowerPoint, etc. But they didn't know how to explain it, how to put it in words. And maybe I should leave that particular unit. And I would say, if I leave this unit, will I still graduate with a degree? No, it was a core unit, you couldn't. So it was out of the question. So this is how I went through university. And when looking for jobs, it was always difficult to get a job. But once I got a job, I had other job offers coming from other places because people knew how I worked. So this has been my experience so far, and that's why I had to choose my career, very carefully because I didn't want other young people to experience what I had experienced. I wanted them to have a better channels of communications, understanding, accessibility, inclusion, etc. And so I became a disability activist and advocate. I worked with the mainly with the culturally and linguistically diverse people with disabilities, professionally as an advocate. I was very, we were in many times successful with systemic advocacy issues until the government decided that people with disability didn't need any systemic advocacy. Individual advocacy was enough for them. And yet, issues with housing, public transport, Centrelink, and education, health, do need systemic advocacy. That's all from me.
Thank you. Thank you, Nihal, for sharing the story with us. I think me and everybody else feel more accepting and more understanding of your experiences. And on the flip side, and on your individual journey, and when you see from the eyes of everybody else, as in that you are helping people to be the voice in some way or form, and that juxtaposition of supporting other people and being there, and then your own juxtaposition, how does that sit in the irony of same life?
Supporting other people.
And the work you do through advocacy, and then your own life barriers individually, and how does these two stories sit well together?
I learn a lot while advocating for other people, because when it comes to advocating for myself, I always stand back. I don't do it very well. But I had some very good role models ahead of me. And I mean, advocating for people from culturally diverse backgrounds who have challenges of accessing services due to lack of English language barriers, their own cultural and religious barriers, community barriers. I felt that I could understand where they were coming from, and who better than me could advocate for them? For me, as I said, it was always a challenge, it was always a learning experience.
Thank you. Thank you, Nihal. I want to go to Peter on the other side. Peter, I want you to preface this question on the learnings and experiences, not just of as an organization of your own, but what are the main recommendations? I want you to start with the story of the organization and the learnings from that point of view, and then lead us into what recommendations from the Royal Commission are more aligned with what you have already been started doing as part of the organization, culture, and then quality and safeguards and all of that. If you can talk about that.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Dev. For those who aren't aware, Afford grew very, very quickly, too quickly in the years up until about 2020, and couldn't really sustain that growth with the proper sort of systems and structures and expertise that was required to keep people safe. So there was a range of incidents which led to us being the first organisation taken to the Federal Court by the NDIS Commission, and then through the Royal Commission we were there quite a bit as well. And so there was a significant amount of change in the organisation, so none of the current management were there at the time, so probably about 90% turnover at the head office really, and senior roles within about a year. So we all sort of started fresh as we were going into the Royal Commission last year, and had a full week. And that's really, really focuses the mind on some of the issues of the organisation and what you need to do. And working with them through that process, it was fairly clear things like human rights and a lot of the stuff that have come out as recommendations in time were going to be coming. And so, we got cracking pretty early on. with a lot of those things and implemented a range of new roles within the organisation, like a safeguarding team that never existed before, and really focused on that sort of human rights perspective. How does that flow through every policy that we have or every decision that we make? Really embedding it in how the organisation works, not just in what we end up doing. And that the sort of theme in those recommendations around segregation as well, whether that's employment, living, social groups or whatever it might be. That's exactly what Afford has been set up to effectively do. So very much, very, very heavy on things like large sort of SIL homes that were popular, 10, 20 years ago. But that model is very much an old model for a variety of good reasons. So it's a very slow sort of turnaround, and it's good to see the final recommendations come out and know that we're sort of starting to take some of those steps.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Peter. I want to move to Andrew, if you can. Your experience, again, I want you to preface with the story of Sunnyfield, and then talk us about the housing side of it, and the experience through accommodation Sunnyfield had, and what work Sunnyfield has done post.
Sure, thanks, Dave. So Sunnyfield, just for context, Sunnyfield is a large service provider supporting over 2,000 people with intellectual disability, or different types of intellectual disability. Sunnyfield attended the Royal Commission in 2021. It was a case study about a shared living home in Sydney. It raised a range of issues that really need to be explored by service providers more broadly, but Sunnyfield was used as the case study, and the types of issues. There's 23 adverse findings against Sunnyfield, and they range from the voice of the client, how they make decisions, how we communicate with them, governance issues, reporting issues, culture, supervision, recruitment. I could go on. There's a long list. But the big learning is listen to your clients. Make sure the voice of the people you support is front and centre, and make sure that the culture of the organisation is designed and constructed to do that. So open, transparent, responsive. The client is right. So you asked me about housing. So the case study that we're talking about was a shared living home, but very, very complex, so 3 people. So I'm not going to go into that, that's been prosecuted, but I'll talk a little bit about what's come out of the Royal Commission and separation and segregation, which is clearly a challenge for the sector. I think what we need is a range of options. I don't think it's a black and white solution. Some people want to live in a shared environment. Yeah. Some people want to live alone. What we need is we need the funding to support these options. That was pretty silent in the Commission. Nobody really talked about that, but the funding model has to incentivise these things.
I would like to preface a bit more. I would like to commend and acknowledge the fact that, as organizations, we are an evolving piece, and what has happened in the past, if we can pick that up and then move on and then make it as our strength and then do improvements, and I think that should be recognized, and that's why I think it's so grateful to have all of you on the stage to share those learnings and then where you have moved, the displacement of what happened, and then what the other side of it, and things which were happening beforehand, before the Royal Commission recommendations. Your organization have been doing things. On the culture side, I want to go back to Peter. I think culturally, the organization has transformed a lot, the Afford organization. Do you want to talk on the high points on what things you have done critically to make sure that you stand on the principles of being appropriate?
Yeah, we've certainly tried to. I'm not sure is that on? Yeah. We've certainly tried to transform the culture, absolutely. To anyone who Googles Afford will see there's news stories about, staff being paid bonuses and this type of thing for doing not a whole lot, to be perfectly honest. So, when we started as a new executive team, we were very quickly very clear with what our expectations were. Ceasing that previous behaviour very quickly and strongly was very important. But we've tried to change almost everything, to be honest. So the recruitment focus had previously been on casual employers. I don't think that benefits anyone. I guess I get why people lean to that idea, and there's a place for casuals when you're running services, but it's not great for the employee, and it's not great for the people that we serve. Where, the number one piece of feedback you get is around consistency. And so, we've tried to start there, completely changed the onboarding. The amount of mandatory training we provide has increased, and making that more face-to-face rather than online. COVID was a legitimate reason there why they dropped the face-to-face. And then just how we work together. So, some of the behaviours that were being tolerated between staff, that then gets reflected on how that's tolerated with how you work with anyone, right? Partners or clients or whoever. So it was an interesting time. There was probably about 6 months there where I think people felt the bar sort of raised in terms of the expectation of people's behaviour. And it wasn't great for everyone. As I said, we've had a lot of turnover, and that's been challenging in other ways. But certainly, setting that sort of new direction and then holding everyone to account for it, and I mean everyone, so us as well, everyone who's involved, has been a key part of that.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing. Julie, I want to come to you on from a culture point of view. Culture is and has to be, and then in past experience through the healthcare system as well, that the culture from a quality and safeguarding the frameworks and how do you implement clinical governance. What are the themes coming out, not just from the Royal Commission recommendation, but the work as an organisation you've been doing, towards, and the work you have done for the Royal Commission as well?
So Ability Options is a disability and employment provider based in New South Wales. And I also have a background in health service leadership in both Australia and the UK. And so governance of all sorts is close to my heart. And that is culture, right? So I think there are two things arising out of all of this conversation for me. Well, there are many things, but two things I'm thinking about are Ability Options. My organisation sees the Royal Commission as an intergenerational opportunity to shift the culture not only in the sector but in our communities. And I think they're integral to that. So all the work that individual organisations have done as a response to the Royal Commission, whether they were called up or not, should be about that. And Minister, with respect, it was great to hear that the ACT is a human rights jurisdiction, but why should that be something that's unusual? So those two things, what can we do in our own individual organisations? And there's a massive amount of opportunity and work that needs to be done there. We took a really proactive approach against the advice of the insurer to the Disability Royal Commission to get up front, because our organisation, similar to others, had grown really fast in quite a short space of time. And despite all the due diligence that was done around those integrations, you never quite know what you've got until you look. So we put a team together to look, and we proactively made our own submission on the outcome of that work to the Royal Commission. And much of what we said has filtered its way through, not necessarily because we said it, but because it was there were more general themes, I think, arising from the experiences that the team at the Royal Commission saw and experienced. So we got up front and we made our own submission, and we listened or attended to every single hearing, and we picked up the themes and we contributed to the papers, and we contributed actively to the COVID inquiry, because frankly we were mad as hell that people with a disability were being left behind in the vaccination programmes early days, if you take your minds back to where we were then. And through that process, we recognise that whilst we may not have had some of the incidents that we saw illuminated at the Royal Commission happen in the same way in our organisation, that there are very many organisations that could equally have been sitting in that hot seat, and perhaps we might have been one of them in other ways. And so we took some decisions as we went without waiting for the outcome of the Royal Commission. So we set up an active, explicit process to be a human rights focused organisation, including establishing a participant-led human rights committee. We're in the process of implementing active supports frameworks. We have accessible documents, and our participants now review our policies and procedures. We put a supported decision-making programme in with an advocacy group based in New South Wales, and a whole range of other things, looking at restrictive practices and all the things that you can do in-house without having to wait for the outcome of a Royal Commission. So I'm proud of that work, but I know we've got a long way to go with all of that. And our themes that we put in our submission to the Royal Commission, apart from sort of lay bare some of the issues that we'd faced and what we'd done about those and where we had lessons to learn, we wanted four things, really. This was submitted halfway through, so it was before many of the hearings had finished. One was about developing a strategic approach to the behaviour support profession. So we support complicated people with complex needs, and we think that behaviour support is underrated, underutilised and undertrained. We wanted to work with the health sector much more closely and have those professionals trained to support people with disability who need health care. And that's followed through. Those two things have both followed through in the report. We wanted a review of accommodation models to push choice and control, because although our participants are generally very happy with what we do, not always, but generally, the single thing that they don't like is that their inability to choose the people that live with them. And so we've worked hard on that, and that does connect up to the comments earlier about funding models, because if people aren't compatible and don't want to live with each other, you've still got your rosters to fill, and that's a practical issue of concern for us all. So people who choosing who and where to live with, and for me, this is about people's pathway through their lives. If I was still living now with the people I shared with when I was 18, life would be a nightmare. I don't want to live with 3 other people just like me. I really don't. And so we have to be able to provide opportunities and pathways for people to do what we do, to move around, to live with people that we choose to live with at different phases of our lives. And honestly, it can't be that difficult, but it does seem to be. And then the fourth thing was to find extra ways of protecting people with disabilities who are especially vulnerable in various ways. And we highlighted people who may use either and, unregulated, unregistered, or informal support. So we have something to say about that. And those things are commented upon in the outcome. Since then, we've addressed quite a lot of our issues with the health system in New South Wales. They work really closely with us. We got really close together during COVID, like you do. And that our team of unfunded but highly valuable clinical nurse educators really work hard to help people's pathway through the health system when they need that support. And that came on the back of really nasty examples of doctors and nurses who just weren't trained, making decisions about participants, sending them home on palliative care plans when actually they just needed a few antibiotics for a bit of a chest infection coming on. So I feel really proud of that work, and similarly to allow and enable people who choose to die in their own homes rather than have to go into a busy hospital ward to die under palliative care circumstances. So I'm proud of that work, the work that we've done jointly. I'm a whole lot less proud of our attempts to work with the New South Wales Police Force on their attitude to people with a disability. That's not gone well and is still not going well. So there's plenty of work for us all to do on those fronts. So they're the kind of things that we did, taking an upfront approach. And I think what's a pity at the moment, I understand why, but I think what's a pity at the moment is that we're concentrating on the headline proposals, recommendations in the DRC. The headlines are a very small proportion of the overall opportunity to actually create that inclusive society that we pass over in the first few lines of that report. There's a whole lot we can do without waiting to see what the task force is going to do. There's a whole lot we can do without waiting for the ins and outs of legislation and the bartering that goes on there. And the majority of those recommendations I can support, and I think my board will once they've had time to digest all the things that we're telling them about what's in the report and to read it through themselves. So I've tried to oversimplify in many ways, but I've got about 15 headings in my mind about what's proposed in the Royal Commission, and the vast majority of those are just common sense, just get on with it. There are a few things that are a bit more complicated, and there are a few things that are not just complicated but also divisive, which is undermining, that debate is undermining what we're trying to achieve in the whole sector. With everybody. So I would hope that we can get on with the things that we can do and influence the debate to be more constructive about the things that are hitting the headlines.
Thank you, Julia.
Yep.
And I think thanks for taking head on and taking the upfront initiative, and kudos to your board to saying yes on that and the insurers. I want to move to Michael now. As in terms of, Julia talked about the experience with the New South Wales Police and there. And what's your experience? And there's a volume on disability and justice in the Royal Commission.
Yeah, so I'm going to take it in a little bit of a different direction here and leverage off of comments that the Minister from the ACT made earlier about pleasingly the very holistic approach that you're able to take as Minister over various services that intersect in the lives of people with disability, and also Nishal's comments about advocacy and systemic advocacy. So drawing on the fact that we know, all of us know, that there's great dysfunction in the interface between the NDIS and many state-run services, health, mental health, education, early learning, basically across the board. But I'm going to focus on disability and justice. And the reason I'm focusing on that is that at Uniting WA, about 20% of our services are 20% of our revenue is NDIS disability services. We also have a 40-year history in supporting people who are reintegrating into the community after lengthy prison sentences, a very specialized team that works in that space. And we have a disability advocate who is very committed to working in the disability justice space and has actually been extensively involved in running a pilot program here at one of the prisons for 12 months, looking at what was actually going on inside the prisons for people with disability. Volume 8 of the Disability Royal Commission report is focused on disability justice. When you read through that volume, you realize that the data collection around disability and justice is actually very ad hoc and sporadic and not very reliable necessarily, but what we know or we can glean, and this is some of this from the report, but some of it from our experience at Uniting and some of what we know. So almost half of people in prison live with disability. 30% have psychosocial disability. 80% have cognitive impairment. 90% of First Nations prisoners have a cognitive impairment. 30% of children at Banksia here in Western Australia have FASD. And in the prison advocacy pilot, 100% of the people that were supported through that pilot had cognitive impairment. So the common characteristics that we see for people caught up in the justice system who have a disability is that there's poor education, they're over-policed, which is why they're subjected to sentences and charges, and over-criminalized in general. And then there's a strong comorbidity of non-criminal and non-disability issues for these people, including homelessness, mental health, FDV, and substance misuse. So the consequences for this group of people are that they're overrepresented in prison settings. There's a high degree of recidivism for people with disability who move through in a constant sort of circle with the prison system. They're subjected to lengthy stays in prison, often beyond the term of their actual imprisonment because there's no support mechanisms for them to come out of prison. And critically, in terms of the intersection with the NDIS, is there's a lack of access to NDIS support, both in prison and on release. So first and foremost, this is a human rights issue. This is about people's human rights and people who live in our community who are subjected to everything that I've just outlined, and the fact that they then become caught up in the justice system. But we can also look at it at a really practical level and say there's a huge impact on the justice system. You know, our government here in Western Australia is talking about expanding our prison system. Well, why don't we just work at getting some of the people that are in prison back into the community and having the right degree of support so that they don't go through that cycle? And there's missed opportunities for our communities around both inclusion of people with disability, but also lowering the crime rate. Because if we've got that many people in prison who are in prison because they don't have the necessary degree of supports, then it would logically make sense that with the right degree of support, we'll reduce the crime rate. So moving on to the actual DRC report and recommendations around people in prison. So the two chapters out of Volume 8 that I think are really critical here are screening, which is Chapter 5, and Chapter 6, which is the interface between NDIS and justice. So broadly speaking, in terms of screening, there's no standardized practice guidelines or screening tools that are used in prisons, even within the same prison system here in Western Australia, but certainly not across the country. There's no specific disability-focused training for prison staff, and there's unclear processes for access to the NDIS or for continuation of NDIS support when people are in prison. And that comes into the interface then when there's just a lack of clarity, there's a lack of resources, and therefore this is leading to poor experience and poor outcomes for people with disability in the prison system. But guess what? All these responsibilities are defined. The interface is defined, and it's been defined since 2015. And this is not just for disability and justice, this is for disability and education, disability and mental health. There's 11 specific areas that were defined at the launch of the NDIS in what's called the APDOS, or Applied Principles Tables of Support. And that document was released in November 2015, so 8 years ago this month. We had everything we needed to know about who was responsible for what in the interface between all these systems. So the failure is not in understanding what's required, the failure is in actually enacting. So here in WA, in terms of that interface between the NDIS and justice, and thinking, I'm not sure what the prison numbers offhand, but they're in the thousands. We've got Department of Justice has a disability coordination team with a few people, a few FTE. Department of Communities has a disability justice service with a few people. And the NDIS has, in recent times, appointed 4 justice liaison officers. And their role is to support prison staff who have no specific disability training to assist with NDIS access for prisoners. All of these 3 different groups of people, loosely connected, if at all. There's no real sort of formal connection between them. And they're all stakeholder focused, and the stakeholder not being the person with disability. The stakeholder being the Department of Communities or the Department of Justice or the NDIS or the support coordinators or whoever else it is in the system, but not the person with disability. So we've got a lack of connection between these teams and significant gaps. And what this is resulting in practical terms, is a failure for people with disability in prison to be referred to firstly, to have access to supports that they could still maintain in prison. There's nothing in the NDIS Act that says that, disability, NDIS access stops. It's just the nature of the support that can be provided that has to be modified, obviously. We don't need support workers in prisons. But there's also the failure for applications to actually be progressed to the NDIS in a timely manner so that people can have the right degree of support when they come out of prison, so that they can thrive in the community, so that we don't end up with them breaching their bail conditions because they don't understand them, because they don't have the resources to actually meet those conditions. So when we come back to the recommendations of the Commission, sure, there's lots of recommendations coming out of the Royal Commission that are going to take lots of navel-gazing and lots of discussion and consultation and process. But there's a whole bunch of recommendations that all it needs for us to do is just enact them.
Thank you. I would, Rob, to take the...
Remember I talked about us having a pause section. So I'm just going to interrupt the panel for about 5 minutes. So what we'd like you to do is just reflect at this point on what you've heard the panel speak about, but also to think of then, were there some things that on your table or your meeting room, if you're online, are there some things that you would like to now direct back to our panellists? So people online, you'll be now placed into your next group, and you'll get that 2-minute mark. You'll be automatically then returned to the room here. So please, everyone, some discussion, dialogue amongst your tables or groups. Thank you. And we are back into the room here, ready for our continuation of the panel. I think all people online should be back in the room as well. So look, without further ado, I'll hand it back to Dev. Thank you.
Welcome back, and thank you everybody in the room and online. I think it's been going again. Thanks for showing up on Slido and showing thumbs up to the questions you like, and then which gives us the clarity to understand which questions have the sense of importance for us. And the first one which I want to start with, Nihal, is just the question starts with a bit of a context. It says there's an eerie sense of more compliance ahead, mostly hurting good providers in terms of Disability Rights Act, the National Disability Commission, and more to come. Who invests margin? So I'll repeat the question. There's an eerie sense of more compliance ahead, mostly hurting good providers who invest margins in safety, staff development, etc. What's the way forward from here?
Is that for me? Well, what's the way forward from here? We do need to train our staff in terms of disability rights, and I mean, we need to also apply the United Nations Convention on the Rights of People with Disability into every aspect of our service delivery as well. I feel that our Disability Discrimination Act is not strong enough. It needs to be strengthened. It needs to be strengthened against the Social Security Act, against the Immigration Act, because currently some of those Commonwealth Acts discriminate against people with disability. So I think we've got a long way to go, and it's not impossible to bring about those changes. It is possible. We just need to be more vigilant. We've got a long way in front of us to go yet. I mean, with NDIS, it's been a game changer. It has improved the lives of many of us. Although it's still in its infancy, NDIA needs to learn from us. We need to learn from NDIS, the scheme. But it's a step forward. And I feel that, working with people with diverse disabilities from diverse cultural backgrounds, may they be people with hearing impairment, deaf people, blind people, culturally diverse people, their needs are different, and only when we have the right supports to meet individual needs, then we can have an inclusive society where we can be part of the community life in every aspect, in terms of education, health, housing, public transport, as I was saying before, Centrelink. I mean, yes, NDIS is helping us, supporting us, but state services rely too much on NDIS and have sort of lagged behind in providing the services, the appropriate services for us. That needs to come forward as well. Mm-hmm. Education is the key for everything, inclusive education. At the moment, when you go to a hospital to talk to your doctor with an interpreter, either the interpreter doesn't know the disability terminology, or the doctor doesn't understand it. So we need to have disability awareness sort of included in the training of health professionals, teacher training, social workers, etc., etc. And I think that would be the way forward if we want to have a fully inclusive society.
Thank you, Nihal. On the continuing that conversation on how good providers will manage the high compliance angle part of it, and how much is high and how much is low and how much is appropriate, I want to go to Andrew, if you want to share your views on the compliance side of it.
Thanks, Steph.
Yeah.
We're back on? Okay. I think the concept of proportional regulation, which has been talked about a lot by the NDIS review, has been mentioned, I think is a good one. I think the Minister earlier gave an example about an unregistered provider providing lawn mowing services is very different to supporting very complex people in a shared living setting. And I'm just doing those polar opposites. Proportional regulation in more complex settings, you need more skilled staff, you need higher standards of reporting, you need higher standards for service delivery, for safeguarding, but with that you need more funding. And I don't want to sound like a broken record, but it has to be proportional. And if you're providing less complex services in the community, then the compliance requirement might be lower. And it's difficult to get that balance right, but I think that concept is a good one.
Wow. And there's another one which is coming up there. How do providers, I want to go to Peter on this one. How do providers continue to meet the needs of participants in cases where their requests impede of things such as fair work legislation and general safety of the staff?
I didn't quite catch that question, sorry.
So I'll repeat. Sorry. How do providers continue to meet needs of participants in cases where their requests impede of things such as fair work legislation or the safety of the staff?
Yeah, that can be a difficult tension, but most providers will understand there's very, very clear legislation and obligations to do as much as you can to create a safe workplace for people and take all reasonable steps to do that. So, if there's situations that fall out of that, that needs to be managed very carefully and probably, with response back to the client or whoever's requesting that around why and how you need to ensure the safety of employees.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter. Coming back to Julia, there's a question for the panel. It's a question that says, who of you employ people with disability or have supported people with disability to have a meaningful role through customized employment support?
We do, but not many. We had, in our organisation, we had a report done a little while ago, which, as a result of an incident where we'd got somebody employed with us in the finance team, actually, who had a very bad employment experience with us. So we picked that up and we actively work to address that. But I have to say that's one of the aspects of my job I'm not proud of, that we haven't managed to be as inclusive as an employer yet than we need to be. So it is something on our high to-do list. There are 3 or 4 things, and that would be one of them. Particularly as we're also a provider of disability employment services, so it's something we're less good at than I'd like to be. We do, and we do it successfully. With people with a range of disabilities that work in our organisation, but proportionally, and certainly as a representative of our sector, I'm a whole lot less proud of that than I should be.
Michael, the next one, I think, the question starts, do we have the right balance between keeping people safe versus bureaucratic reporting processes?
Oh, I think this comes back a little bit to the question that Peter was faced with, which was, the balance between duty of care and dignity of risk. And, if we take a human rights approach to the way that we support people with disability, we should always be recognizing that every person we support has that opportunity to take a risk and to live the life that they want to choose within the boundaries of, I guess, safe work practices when we look at the duty of care balance. In terms of the reporting elements, as an approver of our reports, I don't see a lot coming through that relate to the dignity of risk. The reporting that we tend to be burdened by is related more to the requirements of the Commission around certainly incidents that occur, but the medication side of things and the lack, if we go back to a comment that was made earlier by someone about the behavior support isn't as widespread as it should be and utilized as widespread, and we've got an external sector, if we call it, around the health profession that doesn't recognize the need for their cooperation in ensuring that behavior support plans will enable people to have the dignity of risk, and it won't put the onus on, in some cases, and it won't put the onus on providers to be reporting against those choices that people want to make.
Thank you. On the segregation as a broad topic, I think that's very impeding on the conversation in terms of the Royal Commission thematically is broadly talking about segregation at multiple levels. And the resounding answer is, has both opposing views on the sides. And I want to go on that question specifically across the panel, the same question. I would typically not do that, but I want to start with Peter. On the segregation of schools or hospitals or other systems, which part of that Afford has a strong stance on? That, yes, and then,
Yeah, certainly from a supported employment perspective. So Afford has a number of ADEs or specialist employment services, and they have historically been quite segregated. So that's over there, and there's people working, and to be perfectly blunt, it hasn't really evolved much from a sheltered workshop type space, even though the NDIS has come through. But there's some really structural issues with open employment for people, particularly on a disability support pension. And even, we had a situation where one of our commercial customers through those ADEs is Coca-Cola, and they work on the same types of systems and lines as they would with Coca-Cola. So we got some open employment opportunities, and everyone was very excited, and people went and did work experience. And then a number of them turned down the open employment because of the impact it would have on their life. Around, these are people living in Sydney, so the rent was a huge consideration, the DSP considerations. So that's quite a complex and layered issue, even if you have the right intent, and can provide those opportunities. But we're very focused on desegregating those workplaces. So that means changing the locations that they're in, changing the roles, like the idea that supported employment was just one task, versus actually could be a whole range of other things and opportunities, and then certainly that push to open employment.
Thank you.
It gets a bit, there's a fundamental tension when you talk about choice and control, as others have said today, and then you start saying, yes, you can do that, or no, you can't do that. When it comes to schools and hospitals and living situations, it'll be interesting to see how that plays out, because the whole sort of NDIS is predicated on choice and control. So if you then say to a parent of someone who's school age, well, you no longer can go to that school, that'll be interesting to see how it plays out over the next few years.
Could I, because I've been asked from the time point of view, could I ask across the panel, on the segregation where you have a strong stance and then we don't have a neutral stance?
Can I take it from there then?
Please do.
I went to a segregated primary school, and that sort of caused a big attachment problem between me and my siblings and my parents and my relatives, cousins, etc. Although I built some excellent friendship among my peers who were also blind, and I still talk to them after many, many, many years. We still have catch-ups and reunions, etc. It was lovely. But it sort of put a distance between me and my family and my community. So I think segregated education is definitely a no-no as far as I'm concerned. When a child starts their education from kindergarten onwards, you know, children with disability and with no disability, and they grow up together, at least, you know, they can work together, the person will be able to, you know, live in the same neighborhood together, work in the same workplaces together. Inclusion would be much, much meaningful, easier, better, as far as I'm concerned. Segregation just brings about more segregation. Segregation in employment, like in AD, Australian Disability Enterprises. I think it's just so wrong. People, if they can work in a sort of sheltered workshop like that, they should be able to work with supports in open employment. You know, if they were to get half of the, what's it called? Minimum wage rate, like if they get $10 instead of $21.21 or whatever the minimum wage rate is, and the rest is subsidized for their support workers to help them in open employment, I think that would be so much more meaningful inclusion for people. And it's the same with housing, like living in group homes rather than living individually with supports would be, you know, I would rather live by myself with supports than living in a group home. And that's what I do.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing that. Thanks a lot. I think it's a mic drop moment, but thank you, Nihal. Michael, if you can share your views on segregation.
Yeah, so direct experience in this space was that when I joined Uniting WA 6 years ago to lead the transition of our mental health and disability supports, we had about 600 people with disability that we supported predominantly through HAC-funded programs that were segregated. You know, they were the traditional kind of day center options for people where people seemed to be enjoying themselves. I'm sure they were enjoying, you know, many of them were enjoying themselves, but there was very little choice and control for any of those individuals. And it was really more about the families, in my opinion, about what they felt was safe for their adult son or daughter to be doing on a day-to-day basis. So our approach over the next 2 years was to really dismantle that. And in terms of moving people into the NDIS and individualized packages, and we lost a lot of families during that process and participants. But we also had families and participants who realized there was a whole different world available to them that they hadn't seen through the fact that they now had individualized packages. They could go out and do things either by themselves or with other people that they had, you know, made friends with over the years. So it was a very remarkable turnaround for some of those families, and I think really opened their eyes to what is possible.
Thank you.
So I would say on reflecting on that the issue of education and shared living in particular seems to have been quite contentious even within the commissioners. And I heard one of the commissioners speak a few weeks ago in Sydney about that and said that there was division amongst the commissioners about what recommendations to make around education and living arrangements in particular. And I think that just points to what Peter said earlier, which is that everybody's different, you know, and every family will have a certain perspective, and every participant, when they get to the point where they understand about their ability to make choice and, you know, make choices for themselves, will have a different view on that, and some people that have lived together for many years in shared living arrangements may still want to live together, and other people may look at it as a great opportunity not to. What will be critical here will be what comes out of the NDIS, because we know here in Western Australia we had individualized living options long before the rest of the country had it. It's a model that has translated into the NDIS from the work that was done here in WA for many years to give people that option to live independently. But the NDIS isn't really coming to the party already with that in terms of funding, and so that's still very limited, those opportunities. And there's lots of stories in the media about people who have been presented with the opportunity, for instance, to have SDA and move into their own home, and then their packages have been cut. So until we really see what's coming out of the NDIS review and what the future trajectory of the NDIS is in terms of the funding for these options, either in education or living, I think, you know, it's a wait and see to some extent around how that's going to look, because I think that is going to be a very big point of tension between the DRC report and the NDIS review.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. Andrew and Julie, I have to limit your time. If you can just squeeze your thoughts in a minute each.
Keep it quick. So first of all, absolutely do not support the concept of segregation. The opposite of segregation is inclusion. I think everybody in the room would support that. I think Chapter 6 of the recommendations is very important, which recognises the decision-making rights of people with disability. I have seen lots of good examples of integrated models. I won't go into the details now because we haven't got time, but the bigger point I want to make is Minister Shorten talked about it's up to all of us. And I think we need to start thinking, and it's a challenge for this room, how do we think about moving into the world of the person with disability and stop asking them to move into our world? Because everything that we design is designed by people without disability, and then we're asking them to step in and do it the way we do it. Yeah, that's a segregation statement. But we have to start challenging society and the community, and we all can do that now. We don't have to wait. We can do that right now.
Thank you.
And just do it in your local community.
Very powerful. Thank you.
I completely agree. I think segregation is the opposite of inclusion. The issue for me, though, isn't about whether these things are possible or right based on what happens now or what happened in the past. It's actually about what's the opportunity moving forward to create a really inclusive society. And that means a multi-layered approach. You know, every parent in a primary school is going to be part of that discussion.
Yes.
To enable children with disabilities to get a mainstream education. That's got to be resourced, and all of that. But the issue is culture. We have to make sure that what we don't have are the politicians seeing at their doors lines of parents telling them that their children are getting a disadvantaged education because children with disabilities have been brought in to mainstream education without the right support and education around the schools, the teachers, the layout, the design, you know, the whole thing. So it's a multi-layered thing. There's plenty we can do now, and segregation fundamentally is the opposite of inclusion. So we should be working towards that.
Thank you, Julia. Now you can close, Nihal, if you want to close with a few comments.
Okay, I just want to say yes. We were segregated in primary school, but thank goodness for my parents for bringing us here to Australia, because we had just each other, where we could, again, learn to talk to one another, support one another, understand one another, and became very good best friends. Really, I felt so much more included in my family, in my community, when I was here.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you, panelists.
Thank you, everyone, for your thoughts and reflections, and also to everyone in the room and online, also for your comments that have been coming through on Slido. Look, just whilst the panel can come off the platform at your leisure. Before we go to morning tea, though, I'd like to introduce our sponsors and exhibitors. So we have at the back here our gold sponsor, Indigo, And then across here is Shift Care, our silver sponsor. And then we've also got a couple of exhibitors here. We've got Resolute Insurance Brokers and our communications partner, Optus Business Centre, Perth South. So thank you very much indeed. And during the morning tea break, please I encourage you to go and have a chat with them. They will be in here, but they're also, our morning tea is going to be out on the Champions Terrace. And that's just out through the door to the right, and then there's a door on the left. You have a wonderful view of the stadium, which is indeed a fantastic facility. People online, you'll be going into a breakout room, but unlike the people here, you have to provide your own refreshments. So, if you haven't already purchased a ticket for the networking event at Crown, please see Ish. Ish is, he'll be sitting at the, I think at the reception desk, just out where you came in and got your lanyards at the beginning. So can we have everyone back here, and I'll probably come out with my bell to give you a little bit of a warning, get you all back in here for, I make it a couple of minutes after 11. How about we come back here at 11:37? Thank you.
Just
Flashes on matches, splashes of ashes, sink in the mattress. Tell me that you want it. I want to feel that you want it. I want to feel by the morning. I want to feel that you want it. Let me feel what you want. I want to feel that you want it. I want to feel by the morning.
Okay, I think we might get started now. We've got a little bit of a lull in the talking. So, look, first of all, thank you very much indeed for the effort of getting back into the room. It is always hard. It's the networking, that chat that goes on during the breaks and after that can be so very, very rewarding. So, look. We've got another panel now. I'm sort of slowly just filling a little bit while we get a few more of the stragglers in. But look, the next one is the Leaders Roundtable NDIS Review. And as you've heard, the ministers met last week and the NDIS Review report has been submitted to the ministers for consideration. So now we all wait. And we did... I think it was Don Punch said, you know, we set this time so that we would have the review to be actually able to talk to. However, look, it is what it is. So we've got a really great panel organised for you now, and we've also got that wild card, who I will introduce in a minute. So without further ado, would like to welcome to the podium Drew Beswick, who's the CEO of Possibility, Fiona Payne, Disability Sector Leader and Non-Executive Director, Michael Bink, who's the Chief Operating Officer of Ability First Roundtable. And the wild card is Mr. Richard Newman, the CEO of Carers WA. Thank you, Richard, for agreeing to come up. So can I have those panellists please come up and take a seat? Is it a Chesterfield? Is that what these are? On the Chesterfield?
Apologies. Lovely. Oh. Thank you, everybody, for coming back. As Rob was saying, that it's a good conversations happening all around. And thanks for the wild card. Good on you, my friend.
Sorry, what was that?
Thanks for the wild card entry.
It's okay. For those of you who know me, I'm a bit wild anyway, so it's good.
Cheers. I think I want to take a moment. And I want to start with Fiona, and a bit of a context, Fiona, your engagement with NDIA from get-go. And it's a fair few, years or a decade to start with. Give us before we get into the nitty-gritty on the NDIS review and where we're going, give us the design a play field for us on the NDIS, what has happened and what you feel as an observer and contributor.
That's a big question, Dev. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. Yes, I've lived and breathed the NDIS for over 10 years now, as many of you have, probably for longer because its inceptions were back in 2008 and then the Productivity Commission in 2011. So I had the really great privilege of being on that first board of the NDIA with people like Bruce Bonahady and Rhonda Galbally and John Walsh, who had been the architects of the scheme. It was an incredible privilege. And I know Bruce and I were particularly disappointed that our terms weren't continued after 4 years. So I felt like that was a really lost opportunity. But in retrospect, maybe that was a bit of a gift because both been able to contribute in different ways. When I was, you were talking to me, Dev, about NDIS 2.0, and I was doing my reading about, the NDIS review panel and as most of you will have been doing, gathering every piece of information that you can about it to understand what it means and to get yourselves, your organisations and your families ready for it. It struck me that a lot of what was being talked about now was the same as what we were talking about back in 2013. A lot of those sort of fundamental principles that underpinned the vision for the scheme back when it began are sort of being revisited. So somewhere along the way, we lost our way, and I think that we are going to need to build back. And so, as I always have been, really hopeful that the scheme will be able to deliver on its promise to transform our community such that people with disability are welcomed and included as citizens in the way that they should be. That's the human rights aspect of it. But I also recognise that there's going to be a lot of change that's required, particularly at the federal, state government level, and that's really complicated and takes a lot of time. And also that some of the attitudinal change that will continue to drive a more inclusive community needs to start way earlier. So for me, there was a lot of promise in the talk around strong families, supporting families and intervening early. They're very promising. So yes, I remain hopeful and that the scheme will deliver.
Lovely, thank you. I want to move on to Drew now. And then your experience across the states and housing, and then you have talked about the ecosystem of supports and in many forums, and you have to deal with multiple government departments. And then we've talked about ecosystem of supports today at length as well. And how does that one word fixes everything?
Is that on? Yep. Okay. Yeah. Look, big question as well. Actually, look, I think actually it's probably a good conversation for us to have, because I think there's been this saying that's been thrown around. I think the minister throws it around often, that the NDIS is the only lifeboat in the ocean, and in many ways I think what's happened through the transition, not probably by design or intent, is that there's been a retreat from some of the accessibility of some of the regular services that we have right through our community, whether it's health, whether it's justice, mental health, whatever it is. And so subsequently, like the scheme for a lot of people has ended up as the destination, as the way of getting any support that's appropriate. And I don't think that was ever intended, and it was certainly not the intent that we all set out on. So in some ways, to Fiona's point, I mean, we are kind of talking about the same things we were talking about at the start here, but we have the benefit of having learnt those lessons now through the last 10 years. And I think, it's fine to say we've probably, it's a bit like Groundhog Day in some ways, but we have the benefit of those learnings, I think. And we also need to recognise that for everybody in this room, as well as many others across the country, everyone's worked enormously hard to change a system from what was, a block-funded, very controlled and very rationed system that didn't have a lot of choice and control, into something that's far more individualised and meets the needs of people where they are. Not to say that it hasn't got a lot of work to do. So I think when we think about some of the recommendations that are likely to come out of the review around sort of, very accessible mainstream services that actually do a lot better in trying to accommodate people with different needs, and then the sort of foundational supports that will be available to everybody who has a disability, who may not be necessarily going on to become a participant of the scheme. Talk to an idea where we're trying to do everything we can at a very sort of, essential level to be inclusive and to be able to accommodate people into the service systems, because the one thing that also come out of the DRC is that we want to see an end to segregation, and we want to see a more inclusive community. So I think some of those structural elements that are being described are actually really important to achieve those ends. Now the politics of that will be difficult, because this comes down to the Commonwealth and the states negotiating. We all know in the different jurisdictions that we operate that there were different bilateral arrangements, there are different phasings, different times, and so the issues although having some commonality, are quite different, and it will take the resolve of everybody working together to actually move us forward in that agenda.
Thank you, Drew. Going on to Michael. Michael, if, one of the focus areas for the independent review on the NDIS was towards the sustainability angle of the NDIS, and how far you can stretch the dollar, and how far you can stretch the taxpayer to pay for the scheme. And then the biggest underpinning of is the pricing models and the pricing work you have done. Before you come to your insights, I want you to give a broad context of what Ability Roundtable does, and in terms of the richness of data you have, and then I want you to share your insights after that.
Yeah, sure. Thanks a lot, Dev. And before I do that, though, just this idea of fixing the universal systems around the scheme is actually probably one of the most fundamental things to do, because that's actually where the scheme stops costing as much money as it does. And that gives you a lot more room to move in terms of the types of services that you are able to, how you can actually fund the services that are really necessary for those who most need it. So this is then kind of the NDIS sits as a cherry on the cake rather than being the whole cake as it is at the moment. So the Ability Roundtable is a benchmarking group. We've been benchmarking for about 10 years with disability service providers. We started out really to try and to work with organisations to use data to drive improvement and best practice in their organisations. So we've been going for about 10 years. We started out pretty small. We've been growing. We've now got about 70 odd organisations from around Australia participating. We've got about $6.3 billion worth of revenue that flows through the businesses that benchmark with us. So that when we talk about our data, you're actually getting a pretty good lens into at least the sort of the not-for-profit space, less insight into the for-profit space, but certainly in terms of the not-for-profit space, some really great insights. And I'll talk about that a bit in a minute, but just to come back to your question, yes, the report's not out, but we've been given some pretty hefty hints about what's likely to happen. And I wanted to start with what's not working, because they were pretty clear, the review is pretty clear that there are problems both with markets and with pricing. They're actually interrelated, but like they wanted to make that point. And they particularly pointed out the problems with thin and / regional markets. There really isn't a market when you don't have competition. So there's some places where talking about markets is almost not the right thing to talk about, and you have to start talking about commissioning and block grant funding. They've said there's a problem with the price cap, because it basically means that there's one price that's set for everybody. It doesn't matter whether you've got higher or lower support needs, whether there's complexity or not complexity, whether you're in this location or that location, the price is the same. There's a two-tier market. They see there's a problem. That's regulated, registered, unregistered, regulated, unregulated. And that's a problem for them because, again, they're all getting the same price, but they've got different cost bases to them. It's a fee-for-service world out there. And what that basically means is, like, you get paid the same amount of money no matter what you do. And so that encourages, not over-servicing, but like it encourages you to keep providing a service, and there's no differentiation. And the final one, which is kind of we've talked about here, is the open door of the scheme at the moment, because there is nowhere else for people to go. All of these things are distorting markets, and when you overlay the pricing on top of that, it becomes a problem. Our benchmarking data kind of reinforces that. So in that group of 70 benchmarking organisations across the different benchmarking products, 2/3 of them have had a loss for the last 3 years. Wow. So 1/3 of the people in this room are probably making money. 2/3 of you are losing money. That's a lot of people losing money, and that actually smells to me a bit like market failure. So there's a real concern there because of that. 3 years in a row. If you're in therapy, support coordination, by and large, it's worse. Core supports, still 2/3. But in therapy, it's more like 80% who are losing. So this is huge. And the other thing we know in the data is that if you're small, you're more likely to make money. At the moment, you're above about $15 million, and that's not big in the broader scheme of things, but maybe for a lot of people here, that you'd be going, $15 million would be great, thank you. But for our sector, that's pretty small. And what that means is there's a lot of medium to larger players who are at significant risk. So that's what our benchmarking data is showing, that reinforces this issue of price. Quickly, on the pricing model, we've got two pricing approaches. In core supports, there's this thing which is called the Disability Support Worker Cost Model, and that's a formula that's used to try and work out price. That formula is no longer working. It's broken, and it's broken for the reasons that the review was kind of flagging before. One price for everybody. There's not great data out there to actually inform it. It's 10 years old. It's time to change. And then, if you turn to therapy and support coordination, they don't have a price, they don't have a cost model there. They use a parallel market approach where they're just going, okay, what's happening in accident insurance, what's happening in aged care, and they set a price. That price has got no evidence base that it actually works for people with a disability. And for some, like if you've got low support needs, it may be too high. For people who've got very high support needs, it's probably too low. Again, that problem of having one single price and a price that's not really evidenced. So these are all the things that the NDIS review's been looking at. These are the kinds of things they're trying to solve for. I can talk a bit about where I think they're going to go. I'm looking to
We'll
Deb,
conclude with that. We'll conclude on that.
Okay.
We'll come back on that.
Okay, I'll conclude on that. Yeah, good.
And Richard, patiently wildcard. You have a different perspective. You head an organization called Carers WA, and then as a concept, you work across multiple sectors, and NDIS is part of one of the sectors you're working in. Before you talk about what are the trials and tribulations of carers, give us the context in terms of number of carers statewide, and give us some numbers and give us a context on that front before you talk about.
Sure, thanks, Dave. 320,000, that's a very large number. That's the number of carers in WA. 40,000 of those are young carers aged between the ages of 8 and 24, looking after their siblings and in most cases looking after their parents. $6.6 billion worth of support that carers provide unpaid across Western Australia. In the Australian context, it's $77 billion worth of care and 2.85 million carers. Now, I'm going to put that into context. 645,000 registered health professionals in Australia, 2.85 million unpaid, unregistered carers. So we go home at the end of the day, we've done our 30 hours, 40 hours, 50 hours, and we're absolutely exhausted. Half of carers across the country do 109 hours of care per week. There's only 140 odd hours in a week. So that's the context of caring in Australia and in Western Australia. We talk about NDIS being the only lifeboat or the only single door entry. What happens when that door is closed or when that lifeboat is full? Carers and family members pick that up. And I think there is a lot of work to be done in the NDIS space that recognises informal care. They talk about informal care a lot. But what does that mean? It means the brothers, the sisters, the mothers and the fathers of the person with the disability receiving the supports. They pick up that extra work, and yet there's no recognition of the work that they do. So let's take a holistic approach of actually supporting the whole family and the person around getting the support. That's how we build an inclusive model. We don't look at it in isolation. We don't look at health, disability, ageing in isolation or in silos. We look at it as a cross-sector issue, and carers underpin that. And you talked about NDIS being the cherry. Well, care is the cake, the plate that the cake and the cherry sits on. So let's fix that. Let's get some supports in carers. Let's get some recognition building, and we'll stop these admissions to hospital or the readmissions or the inappropriate admissions or the increasing amount of social admissions to hospitals. So let's fix that, because it's a very cheap fix and it's a very quick fix, and then we can start building on underpinning the NDIS with the supports that's required.
Thank you. you are a wild card. I think that's a good note and a point to take us for a moment to think about. And then let's go back onto our tables and the breakout rooms for people online. And then spend some 5 minutes on pondering on what we have heard. And then come back on the questions. And Robert, I've taken your role here. Yeah, so we'll start. We'll take a 5 minutes break from now. And then we'll... No? Sorry?
Here for a minute. It's that when you're MC, you get a chance to actually, like CEOs every now and again, you get to make some changes to things. And I've made a change. So just because of our timeline, decided that we won't have the pause. We're just going to keep this great conversation going. So please, carry on.
I will oblige. Fair enough. Sorry, I've been tripped here. I'll go questions on Slido and people in the room, if they can jump on the Slido and ask questions. That'll be lovely. The one on the top. What is being done with the reviews? With reviews, plural, lack of calls and overriding professional reports with no explanations. I think I want to go on that one. What is being done with the reviews, as in so many of them? Lack of calls, as in correlative information, and overriding professional reports with no explanation.
Dev, I'll have a go at answering that, because I think when they're talking about reviews there, people are talking about plan reviews and budget of people's reviews. So I'm no expert on this because I'm a board member as opposed to someone working in businesses. But what I do understand from talking with Bruce Bonahady and Lisa Paul and having lots of, consuming lots of information is that they are very much wanting to change the way that people interact with the agency in terms of having their aspirations understood, their support needs identified, and then an overall budget allocation that is reasonable and necessary and enables them to then exercise choice and control in how that plan is brought to life. Mm-hmm. So my understanding is that there's a real acknowledgement that of the value of the reports that come in to inform that process. But there is an acknowledgement that it will be different going forward. I think my understanding also is that if the agency deems that the information they have available to them is not adequate, then the expense associated with obtaining further professional evidence to support the person's aspirations or claims is going to be funded by the agency. So from an allied health professional perspective, my concern about that is where are all of those people coming from who are going to be helping the agency make better informed decisions, because we're already very light on the ground in the community with allied health professionals. But my answer to that is that I think that is one of the key areas that's going to change in the review. I don't know what other panellists think.
Agree with that, Fiona. I think if you think about the joint Senate inquiries that have been going on since the scheme's been inceived, you'll note that planning has come up time and time again, and I think the review team's been very clear that planning is the key to getting this right, and so a series of the recommendations are obviously going to go to that core function of the agency in terms of how well they do planning, because in the absence of good planning, that is really consistent in understanding the person's needs and what support they already have around them and what the context of those needs will be, you're going to perennially come into this problem of plans not being right and needing to be reviewed for whatever reason. And so the agency will really need to sharpen its focus and its depth in how it undertakes planning at the first time that they meet with somebody right through to those review processes, because I think we all know as service providers and others who are supporters of people with disability, the issues that those review processes create, the inability to access the professionals that are necessary to provide the evidence to have a plan that reflects your need, and also get beyond this idea that planning and sort of thinking about a budget is a line-by-line exercise, because it's not a line-by-line exercise. It's about thinking holistically about the person's need in the context that they sit, and what is reasonable and necessary in that context.
Thank you, Drew. I want to go for the next one with Michael. How does the idea of fee-for-service prevent people from providing a low quality of support, yet still getting paid the same?
Yeah, it's a good question, and I think what I'd like to do is actually talk about where I see the review wanting to take us, because I think it really speaks to how to address that. Certainly their concern is they're just paying for an output, an hour of something, and there's nothing attached to that, no outcome, no quality, just an hour. And so what they're talking about is reframing pricing so that it becomes much clearer that there is an expected outcome, and there's expected quality. I think what we'll see, this is my best guess about where we're going to land, is that we'll end up with what's called a blended payment arrangement, where there's a certain amount of money, which is like the fee for service. You've provided a service, you need to get something for that, but you need to do more in order to get the rest. And that more will be one or two things, maybe one thing in the short term, two things in the longer term. One thing is about demonstrated quality, being able to demonstrate that you're providing a particular level of quality in the service, not just you've given an hour. And so the blended payment's going to be there in fee for service plus something that recognises quality. And then the cherry on this particular cake is actually going to be a fee which relates to an outcome. So you've actually been able to demonstrate that not only have you spent some time with this person, but you've actually made a difference based on what they're aspiring to achieve and what's in their plan. And so this blended payment, if we can actually get to that, and I don't think that's a short-term journey, by the way, folks, because it's quite hard to measure outcomes, or to measure outcomes and link them back to the service you've provided, but it's not impossible. So if you can do that, then a lot of these issues kind of disappear, and that risk of over-servicing, that risk of price gouging, get addressed, because you're not just given money to do a thing that's really quite invisible. You're actually going to be monitored in terms of what you're delivering. I think that will be really fundamental. That's my best guess about what we're going to see coming out of this as a recommendation. Implementation's another story.
I want to go from Richard's side and then coming around, ask the same more question on, the question is the response on are we there yet, the theme of the day. And then where do you feel, I think you gave a very emphatic understanding on things from a carer's point of view. And I think we want to go through all panelists and talk about, are we there yet?
Are we there yet? No. How many pages in the 220 recommendations? Hundreds of pages. Carers were mentioned 37 times in that whole document. And I think if we want to get there, we need to do that holistic approach. And the whole discussion, I think the first table discussion was how do we build an inclusive level of support. We need to include everybody around that person, and it's not just the family, it's also the community, and it's also their local neighbourhood and their networks and things like that as well. We talk about investment in the person, it's also investment in the community, and we need to lift the capacity of our community before we can ever say we're there.
Thank you.
And I think starting at the fundamentals of the person. And can I just ask, just a show of hands, I get to do this because I'm the wild card. How many people here in the room are planners or do planning or some form of assessments? Can I just have a show of hands? Is that okay? Ooh. Yeah, a couple. How we build capacity is when a person, you're doing a planning session with a person, talk to the family next door to them and ask them what they need as well. Once you understand that, you get a better planning conversation and you get a better planning outcome because you're looking at it holistically. You're not looking at it from the one-person perspective.
Thank you.
Then we'll get there.
Thank you. Michael?
Are we there yet? I remember asking that question in the back of the car, travelling down interminable roads to get to the holidays, usually getting the proverbial clip around the ears for actually mentioning it too many times. But I think it's an important question to keep asking because, no, we're not. We may be actually closer than we fear, I think. I don't know whether, sometimes you can feel quite pessimistic, but then we actually look at what we've built collectively as a nation and look around the world and you go, actually, we're already ahead. There's some genuine challenges in there. I won't go into all of them, but just to speak specifically to the kind of the pricing kind of side, the scheme doesn't need any more money. It doesn't. We just need to fix what people get paid for what things, and we need to make sure that people who might currently be thinking that they've got to go through the scheme to get any support will find that somewhere else. So sharing the load nationally between the states and the government, federal government, will actually get us there, I think, pretty quickly. And if we follow the review's recommendations around pricing and recognise some of those, the need for differences in price, recognising the importance of paying people for actually doing something that's genuinely meaningful, then I think you'll start seeing something transformational in terms of outcomes for people. Not that they're not happening already. I just think that we'll get much clearer insight and we'll be able to go further and actually get some real innovation being driven because pricing encourages innovation, which I don't think it does.
Thank you, Michael. True.
Look, no, I don't think we're there yet. And whether we're ever there, I think we've always should be aspiring to better things as we go along. Just to pick up on a couple of the points that were made earlier, I think, for the majority of the work that we do, we work with people with complex intellectual disability, and actually in the state-based services, although there were many things that needed improvement and fixing, we had a very singular focus on that particular group of people in terms of how we improved practice, in terms of how we improved the amount of choice control and self-advocacy that could happen within those services. And to the earlier point, the grandfather of Western Australian disability was pointing out, in the massive expansion in the focus of the scheme, I do feel like we've probably either held ground or lost some focus on those very key individuals that the scheme was designed to support. So we've got to get that better. We've got to get better focus on that, and I do think that will be one of the sort of differential ideas that comes out of the review. And to link to the earlier point, when we think about a human rights frame, then in the human rights frame there is a right to family life and to recognise the really important role of carers and other family members and supporters in the lives of people as part of the usual business of planning and arranging supports. I think will be really critical. I think we've probably lost a bit of that focus in all of the excitement of trying to get the scheme out and to serve people who had otherwise been unserved and without services. So I think it just it requires us to think about what are the key areas that we really want to focus on now to make sure that the original intent of the scheme is upheld, and then what more can we get from it in terms of an inclusive community.
Thanks, Drew. Fiona.
Yes, well, I'll concur with my colleagues that we definitely aren't there yet. I think we took a very big detour, maybe got to a place that none of us ever wanted to get to. But if I sit back and think about that a positive can often come out of a negative, and I look at how bad things got before people started to be heard, that provides us with this unique opportunity to actually be able to kind of reset and to be able to go forward much clearer about what is important to people with disability, their families and their carers, and what the responsibility for all of us in the community is as fellow citizens. So for me, I think this is honestly a generational change, because I think it starts with the work that we're doing, strengthening families, making sure that the beautiful inclusive attitude that children in kindy and daycare have towards each other continues as they go into school and employment. And the sorts of changes that need to happen in mainstream services. I was with the Disability Health Network for 10 years trying to, sort of make that system more inclusive. These are systems that they take a long time to change. So I think we are well on our way, and even though I hate to think that we got to the point where people had to tell their stories at the Disability Royal Commission in the way that they did, it has provided us with an opportunity that we actually must use, we must put to good effect. So I'm hopeful, but I do think it's probably something that's going to keep me busy for the rest of my life.
Thank you. Thank you, Fiona.
Oh, sorry.
Thanks a lot, everybody, and thank you, the panelists. A round of applause for them, please. Lovely. Thank you, Wildcard.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed, everybody, and great job there, Richard. Right, so another change. One of the things of being in our sector, working in it, is our ability to be agile, our ability to be flexible. So we're going to be a little bit flexible here with the schedule, so I'm going to probably create some havoc here. Look, we haven't got time for we were going to do another group activity, but I've made a bit of an executive decision that we wouldn't have that. That was a really, I think, a strong bit of discussion there to conclude that element of the summit. So I am now making some changes, and I'll probably get into a bit of trouble, but we'll be fine. Right, so we were talking about, are we there yet? It came up in all throughout our summit. And so what we've got now is a bit of a pulse check. So you'll need to go to Slido, where you'll find our survey questions, by clicking on the poll section. Now, if you click on it now, because I'm standing here and the computer's over there, I haven't clicked the button again. I will get back to that. So this will form part of a longitudinal survey. So we're going to ask the same questions of you further down the track after the implementation of some of the recommendations from the 2 reviews. So the poll is quick, it's 5-minute, it's multi-choice, so it should be fairly easy. So I'm just going to go over now and I'll push the button, and then you'll see on Slido the poll. So I do encourage you, please, to do that. You've got 5 minutes, and then I'll be back here. Thank you.
Start dancing, ho.
Okay, if I could have your attention, please, just for the final part of this morning's summit. I love it when you go to conferences, summits, and you get that lovely hum that occurs. I used to be a school teacher many years ago, and the classroom, every now and again you'd get that lovely hum that occurs when kids are engaged and learning. You hope they're learning. So, right, I've got your attention now. So thanks everyone for being such a terrific group of attendees, both here in the room and all of you on the net. Thank you very much indeed. Before I hand the spot over to Dev for some closing remarks, I'd like to thank again people from all around Australia and New Zealand, and to all of you here in the room. Thanks to the teams managing the sound and the vision that you've seen around the place that have made it all work just so beautifully and have accommodated the few changes that have occurred. And also to Fiona and Donna, our Auslan interpreters, done an absolutely sterling job. Again, they've handled the changes really superbly. After Dev's closing remarks, we invite people in Perth to continue your networking and connecting with our sponsors and yourselves and the exhibitors including a photo opportunity, I think it's out by one of the boards, out on the Champions Terrace where you had your morning tea. Also tonight, from 5 o'clock until midnight, the Matagurrup Bridge, which is there, Matagurrup Bridge will be lit up in the Community of Practices colours of blue and yellow. So there might be a photo opportunity, and one of those is at the, actually I was going to do that, no, I think it's the hashtag opportunity moment. So we also look forward to seeing those people that are going to go on this afternoon to the Crystal Club atop Crown Towers at 2 p.m, and I think it looks like an absolutely beautiful Perth day out there, so it's going to be glorious up there with a terrific view and wonderful people to be able to reconnect with or connect with anew. So I do hope you enjoy it. Again, if you haven't purchased a ticket to get to it, you can see Ish down here, who will organise the card payment. I'd also like to thank Dev, thank Dev and Tammy down here, and the team for their really hard work in setting this up and running the summit. If you've had anything to do with them, you'll understand that they don't just happen overnight, and there's lots and lots of hard work goes into them, and you can't do it without a team, and we've got a great team, so I thank you very much. So that's me for the day. I'm going to hand it over to Dev now to undertake the closing remarks. So thank you again for being a wonderful audience. Cheers.
Lovely. It's a good fun day today and good conversations across tables and in the room and online. So I think all the time, every time I do this thank you speech, it's just so close to tears, but very humbled and honored. And thank you for trusting us to start with. Thank you for, looking up an event online and coming over here and flying over. And then thank you for trusting us and then believing in us that, yes, there's an opportunity to have a conversation over the other side of the country. And thank you for being in the room and being involved in these conversations, which you have been. And we've been overwhelmed with the Slido. You all have done really remarkably well. We are blessed to receive so many responses, and the last count was we have 400 plus survey responses, which means we have tangible data, Ability Roundtable, to give us the sense, the pulse of the mood of us, and then 400 odd plus providers giving a feedback and aggregating that'll be value. From here, what we will do is as a default, what we do for all our summits, we try to distill all the knowledge in the room through a submission document. We have done in this year 2 events earlier, in April and in August. We did a submission to NDIS review through the April event, what we have heard in the room. And then we did another submission to NDIS review in August, again, what we heard in the room. And then that's what our intention is to keep on doing that, taking a stance and being truthful to the room, and taking that voice and then aggregating and distilling. And the survey results will be part of it. The group activity responses will be part of it. The panel discussions will be part of it. And we will convert all of that into, transcripts as well. And then we will aggregate the, understanding of what we come out of that. And that's where we're going from here. You also might have heard about the new buzzword, care and support economy, which been, there's a draft strategy paper on Prime Minister's office published on the website early this year. And it was open for feedback. And there were roughly 700 odd submissions on the draft strategy on care and support economy, which essentially says we want to aggregate 4 sectors: disability, aged care, early childhood, and veteran affairs. And then that paper is very light on information, and hence it is very important to have public conversations around that. And we will be holding the first conversation on care and support sector conference in WA. It'll be of the national format. We'll run that in April, 18th of April at Pan Pacific Perth. And they are going through a refurb, and it's a lovely location now. We have seen the plans, and it matches our standards. And then now I want to move on to saying thank yous. First of all, I would like to thank Honourable Bill Shorten in sharing his views through his message. Unfortunately, he could not come, but the message was resounding that we are on a journey to inclusive Australia. Thank you to Honourable Don Punch, MLA, and thank you to Honourable Emma Davidson, MLA, flying in from Canberra and being the support and being on a panel and saying the words, and taking all those questions. And most of the questions were not scripted. And that's I highly commend that, to be on the stage and responding to the questions. And then I would like to thank people with disabilities, the reason we are here in this room, in person and online. They give us as a team and individually a lot of motivation to keep on doing what we're doing. And I keep on saying that my biggest advocates are people with disabilities who talk about me multiple times and multiple occasions. Thank you all. Also, I want to, in our journey to, break down barriers across these silos, we started talking to a chair of a group called Enabling Good Lives in New Zealand, and they have done a 10-year-long advocacy work to achieve a department in New Zealand called Ministry of Disabled People. Let that thought sink in. Ministry of Disabled People, and they've been observing NDIS what's happening, and then they've been attending our conversations, and now what's happening is the Ministry of Disabled People were part of the online attendance, and we are flying to New Zealand next year to do a round of interviews with sector leaders there, ministers, and leaders like Bruce in New Zealand. So we want to have that same parallel conversation, which is 10 years before probably us, in terms of the language and where they are at. So it's to bring nostalgia for us. So yeah, a bit of a context of Ministry of Disabled People, FICAHA. We'd like to thank the team, and I want to bring them up here. Robert, Michael, do you mind coming on the stage? Ish, Vian, Haley, Jack, Hokam, and Karam. Please come over. And I would love Tammy to finish. And the last thank you is you. All the thing which shines and is good in this room is Tammy. And the whole team has put a lot of effort across the last few days and weeks. And we've been working on this event for the last 1 year, Tammy and I, and we're so thankful. The socks, the names, the pens, everything takes time and the well thought put into, and that's what we want to do. We want to create meaningful conversations and meaningful opportunities for everybody to come together. With that, thank you all, and thank you all. Yeah? So what we will be doing here is we'll wrap up here in this room, and we will go down to Champions Terrace for a last cup of coffee and conversations and with photo opportunities. And then who all are coming with us to the Crown, we'll see you there. Thank you.